Chapter 148. Time flew by. Every day, Yixing would come to Wangchang Slope to listen to Zishan host teachings on the green eyes. His super brain was powerful, and he had the ability to see far into the distance. His goals were astonishing, so when it came to cultivating the green eyes, it was a natural process for him, and he improved at lightning speed. Days passed, and soon, 10 days had passed. On this day, after Zishan Ho finished teaching Yixing, he asked, "Yixing, you've been cultivating the green eyes for 10 days. Have you had any results?" Yixing nodded. Zishan Ho was surprised. My techniques were not like other martial arts. They were extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past, he had also taught Wang Feng the Eye of Azure Clouds, but after 3 months of teaching, there was no effect. This caused Zishan Ho to decisively give up. Wang Feng was not cut out for learning eye techniques, much less archery. Zishan Ho wiped away all of Wang Feng's memories of the Eye of Azure Clouds. Now, he had only taught Yixing for 10 days. Today's question was just a casual gesture, but unexpectedly, Yixing nodded, indicating that there were results. Zishan Ho's eyes were filled with joy. How far can you see now? For example, how far can you see insects, flying ants, and other small animals? Yixing's eyesight allowed him to see things from 10 miles away. If he used his green eyes, he would be able to see even further. However, Yixing obviously couldn't include the super brain's ability to see things from afar. Otherwise, Zishan Ho would probably be shocked by what he saw. Yixing did not use the ability to see far, but only the green eyes. Soon, his eyes were covered with a layer of green light, and it was as if the insects 3 miles away were right in front of him. Then, Yixing used the ability to see far, and his eyesight increased by several times. It was not just 10 miles, but the furthest he could see insects was 15 miles. With the superbrain's long-range vision, not only did Yixing cultivate green eyes very quickly, but he also strengthened its effects. In his normal state, he could only see up to 3 miles away, but when he used long-range vision, he could still see up to 5 miles away, even if it was 5 miles away. This had almost doubled the long-distance vision of the green eyes by 60 to 70%. The effect was heaven-defying. Yixing simply stated the distance of his vision under normal circumstances. I can see clearly up to 3 miles away, which is about 1,600 meters. For an ordinary person, being able to clearly see insects and flying ants dozens of meters away was already considered an excellent eyesight. However, martial artists, through cultivation, would improve all aspects of their bodies, and their eyesight would become better and better. An 8th-level Grandmaster's eyesight should be able to see insects and flying ants 500 to 600 meters away, which was 1,000 steps away. Yixing, on the other hand, could see 1,600 meters away, which was about 3 times the eyesight of an 8th-level Grandmaster. It was obvious that the green eyes had greatly improved his eyesight. Zishan Ho's expression became 10 times more joyful, and he was shocked. "You are indeed a martial arts genius. In just 10 days, you have such a great effect." Yixing smiled. If he told Zishan Ho that he could see insects and flying ants 15 miles away, he wondered how shocked Zishan Ho would be. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. He could not say it out loud. Zishan Ho said, "Since your eyesight has already reached such a level, then, next, you can cultivate it simultaneously with your archery. How far have you cultivated your origin returning energy, invincible avatar, and gale arrow technique?" Yixing said, "Origin returning force 5th level, invincible golden body nearing completion, and gale arrow technique reaching perfection." In these 10 days, although he had been learning the green cloud eyes from Zishan Ho at the Wangchang Slope during the day, Yixing had not been idle during the rest of the time. He had improved in all aspects. After 10 days of cultivating the origin returning force 5th level, Yixing had improved again. In terms of inner strength quality, Yixing was comparable to a late 9th level martial grandmaster. As for the cultivation of the invincible golden body, Zishan Ho had given him more than 10 kinds of top-quality herbs, so it was natural that the speed was fast. Now, there were still a few top-quality herbs that he had not used. In another 8 to 10 days, the invincible golden body would reach perfection. A superior body refining cultivation method at the Great Completion Realm would have a very powerful physical body. It was enough to condense a star vortex and break through to the martial sage realm. With just the physical strength, it would be enough to crush most ninth-grade grandmasters. As for the Gale Arrow technique, Yi Xing had already reached perfection when he was in Dongshan City. The reason why he had not reached perfection was that he was still lacking a little bit of understanding. He needed to train himself through actual combat to break through that barrier. After that, he had enough experience through actual combat. Originally, he would have broken through to perfection very quickly. However, because he had been severely injured by Dong Xianing, he had fainted. Therefore, he only understood that little bit of understanding when he woke up, and the Gale Arrow technique had successfully broken through to perfection. Now, Yi Xing's physical strength and inner strength were much stronger than before he had fainted. The Gale Arrow technique had also become more powerful. If he were to meet a martial saint like Lu Chuan Xiao again, Yi Xing was confident that he could fight him. The arrows he shot should be able to threaten a martial saint. However, in front of a martial saint, he was still far from enough. The Origin Returning Force 5th level and the Gale Arrow technique has reached perfection. Zishanho was surprised. He was not surprised at all by the cultivation of the invincible golden body. However, the Origin Returning Force and the Gale Arrow technique had shocked him. There were very few 9th-level martial grandmasters who had cultivated the Origin Returning Force 5th level. Basically, only martial grandmasters who were at the later stage of the 9th level and above could cultivate to this level. However, Yi Xing had only cultivated the Origin Returning Force 5th level for 10 days. As for the Gale Arrow technique, it was an upper-class martial technique. It was difficult to cultivate an upper-class martial technique to perfection. Moreover, archery had always been more difficult to cultivate than other martial arts. However, not only had Yi Xing cultivated the Gale Arrow technique to perfection, but he had also broken through to perfection. Although there was only one step between perfection and perfection, the difficulty was unusually high. He had blocked 99% of the martial artists. Among the 9th-level martial grandmasters, there were many who had cultivated an upper-class martial technique to perfection. However, those who had cultivated an upper-class martial technique to perfection were less than 1 in 100. Zishanho had originally thought that he had already thought highly of Yi Xing. However, it seemed that he had still underestimated Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing's heavenly fate was ordinary and could even be said to be poor, in other aspects, he could already be described as monstrous. At the very least, Zishanho had never seen such a monstrous martial arts genius in his life. The only thing that could hinder such a person was that his cultivation could not increase. Once there was an opportunity, he could transform into a true dragon and become a supreme, monstrous genius. As the saying went, a golden carp was not a fish in a pond. Once there was an opportunity, he would become a dragon. Zishanho was looking forward to it. He felt that the possibility of a miracle happening to Yi Xing was increasing. He let out a long sigh and said, "Yi Xing, you have really made me look at you in a new light. You are much better than I had imagined. From today onwards, I will teach you the stacking wave arrow technique." The stacking wave arrow technique is a supreme level archery technique. However, strictly speaking, the height of the stacking wave arrow technique far surpasses that of a supreme level martial technique. When cultivated to the extreme, you can completely compete with the spiritual martial realm. The stacking wave arrow technique of the supreme level archery technique has a total of 9 stacks. Once cultivated to the 9th layer, it is considered perfect. However, if one's inner strength is thick enough, it can reach beyond the 9th layer. As for how many layers one can stack, it depends on the thickness of one's inner strength and the degree of control. In other words, archery skills that surpass the 9th layer will surpass the limits of a supreme level martial technique and will be extremely powerful. Yi Xing listened with anticipation and said, "Master, If I am not a martial saint, but the stacking wave arrow technique reaches the 9th layer and above, can I kill a martial saint? Zishano nodded. In theory, it is possible. 10 layers of stacks is enough to threaten a martial saint who has just entered the star vortex realm. When the stacks of stacks reach a certain level, killing a martial saint is not a problem. However, even if you cultivate the origin returning force to the 6th layer and your cultivation reaches the limit of the 9th layer, the 9th layer is already the limit. It is almost impossible to surpass the 9th layer. Hearing this, Yixing was full of confidence. The strengthening effect of his origin returning force on his inner strength was higher than the normal origin returning force. Furthermore, his origin returning force was at the 7th layer. The normal origin returning force could reach the 9th layer at the 6th layer. If he cultivated the improved origin returning force to the 6th layer, there should be hope for him to surpass the 9th layer. If he cultivated it to the 7th layer, wouldn't it be possible for him to kill a martial saint? The sun and the moon alternated day after day. Yixing cultivated intensely every day. His progress in all aspects was extremely fast. His green eyes could clearly see the distance of insects and flying ants. From 3 li to 5 li, then to 7 li. This was under normal conditions. If he used the super brain's vision, he could clearly see the distance of insects and flying ants to more than 20 li. This had already surpassed Zishanho's eyesight. Yixing cultivated the stacking wave arrow technique and reached the 3rd layer. Then, he quickly reached the 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer. Half a month later, Yixing's stacking wave arrow technique had reached the 9th layer. His origin returning force had also broken through to the 6th layer. If he had more time, when he completely consolidated the 6th layer of origin returning force and was about to break through to the 7th layer, he might be able to surpass the 9th layer and reach the 10th layer. If that was the case, Yixing's stacking wave arrow technique with the 10th layer would give him the qualifications to challenge a martial saint. Without a doubt, the invincible golden body had reached the great completion stage. Yixing's only obstacle was how to cultivate the invincible golden body to the perfection stage. Perhaps he would need to go to the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain range to have a chance. However, he did not have this opportunity recently. The day of the Falling Star sect's disciple recruitment was getting closer and closer. Yixing had to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect first. According to the sect's rules, only in the sect could one receive the inheritance of the spiritual martial force. Martial saints were not allowed to privately send help, even if they were master and disciple. Unless you plan to not enter the sect for the rest of your life and become a rogue martial artist, the sect would not accept a disciple who already had the inheritance of the spiritual martial force. Most of the spiritual martial force could only be learned after becoming a martial saint. However, the inheritance was an exception. The inheritance referred to the cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was not restricted by the realm. In theory, even a normal warrior could receive the inheritance of the black tortoise. However, this was only in theory. Being able to learn it did not mean that one could master it. The following is forced. Please read. I really want to explode. I really want to write more words. I really want to update more. But I am really tired. Not only am I tired from writing, but I'm also tired mentally. Moreover, the mental exhaustion is even more serious than writing words. The Archer God is still 1,300 votes away from first place in the monthly votes. With 10 or 20 votes a day, I can't see any hope of catching up, and I need a hope in my heart. This is my motivation to explode, the motivation to work hard. I want to ask, will the explosion continue? My answer is yes, I will continue. There's still a lot of time left in this month. In the future, not only will there be an explosion of 3 chapters, there will also be 4 chapters, or even more. However, I really need a little support from my brothers. I need to see a hope. Brothers, half of the month has passed. If there is a 2nd or 3rd monthly votes, please vote for the Archer God. Just 1 vote. Okay. Chocolate, please. Chapter 149. Without step-by-step cultivation and consolidation, without rich martial arts knowledge, not to mention the black tortoise, even the lowest level of spirit martial inheritance, ordinary martial artists would not be able to learn it. Only by cultivating the highest level of cultivation methods to the highest level could one easily learn spirit-level cultivation methods. This was also the time when the sect passed down the spirit martial inheritance. Spirit martial arts that use celestial essence as the prerequisite required one to break through to the star vortex realm and completely convert their internal strength into celestial essence. Spirit martial arts that were not related to celestial essence, such as the blue cloud eyes, could be cultivated without reaching the star vortex realm. Spirit-level cultivation methods were to cultivate celestial essence and allow one's cultivation to break through to the star vortex realm. This was also something that could be cultivated without reaching the star vortex realm. On this day, Zishanho only tested the effect of Yi Xing's cultivation and said, "Today, I will tell you a story." Yi Xing's eyes flashed and suddenly became interested. "Is it another legend?" Zishanho shook his head and motioned for Yi Xing to sit down. "No, it is a true story." Yi Xing heard Zishanho's tone was a bit dignified. After a short, he sat cross-legged on the grass and no longer spoke, just listening to the story. Zishanho sat down opposite Yi Xing. Once upon a time, there was an outer sect elder of the Falling Star sect. He was a peak martial saint. At the age of 30, he married a wife and started a family. He longed for the stars and the moon and wanted to have a child. However, after more than 10 years of marriage, his wife never gave birth to a child. This made him very upset. At the age of 42, he ran away from home and wandered the world. Yi Xing thought that Zishanho was telling his own story, but after listening for a while, he felt that it was not the case. He did not ask and just listened quietly. In the past 7 years, this elder had traveled to several countries in the Qinyan region. He had been to the southern and northern parts of the Qinyan Mountains. Along the way, he had encountered dangers and suffered injuries. However, these setbacks did not make him want to return home. He just wanted to wander the world until one day. There was a twist in the story, and Yi Xing's ears perked up. Until one day, when he traveled to the Tian Luo Kingdom, a big country in the north, he found an abandoned baby girl. His wandering heart finally felt like returning home. He adopted the baby girl and brought her back to the Luoxing Kingdom. When he returned home, he was ready to raise his daughter and live a peaceful life. Coincidentally, maybe it was because he was in a good mood when he returned home this time, but in just a few months, his wife was pregnant. Yi Xing blinked his eyes. And the story, elder, of course. And at this point, Zishanho's face revealed a faint smile. Yi Xing also smiled. This was indeed something to be happy about. However, Yi Xing knew that this story was not over. Zishanho would not tell him a meaningless story, so he continued to listen quietly. The husband and wife raised their son and daughter. The children grew up day by day, and they also grew older day by day. Gradually, white hair appeared on their heads. However, they were always very happy because their 2 children were very capable. The son had an 8-star orange fate, and the daughter had a 9-star orange fate. From the beginning of their cultivation, they surpassed ordinary people and stood out among their peers. Since young, the 2 elders wanted to bring their son and daughter together. They hoped that they could live in harmony and have a happy relationship. In the future, they could become husband and wife. The 2 children did not disappoint the 2 elders. They were very close. When they were around 17 years old, they broke through the star vortex realm and became inner disciples of the Falling Star sect. This made the 2 elders very happy. Originally, everything should have developed beautifully, but Yi Xing's expression froze. There was another twist in the story. The smile on Zishanho's face had long disappeared. It was replaced by calmness as he continued to narrate. After becoming an inner disciple, the number of geniuses I came into contact with increased. Although the 8-star and 9-star orange fates were outstanding, they were not necessarily the highest. At that time, among the inner disciples, there was an enlightened Master Heaven's Fate genius named Lu Tianyuan. Enlightened Master Heaven's Fate is hard to come by in the Falling Star sect in dozens of years, especially a 2-star yellow Fate genius. He was the first in the Falling Star sect in 100 years. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan was the grandson of an inner sect elder. Naturally, he was fully nurtured by the sect. At this point, Yixing already had a premonition. As expected, Zishanho's following words confirmed his conjecture. After the old man's adopted daughter became an inner disciple, she fell in love with Lu Tianyuan. She herself was a 9-star orange Fate genius, and in terms of talent, she was second only to Lu Tianyuan. Moreover, her appearance was second to none among the inner disciples. If Lu Tianyuan was a true dragon among the inner disciples, then she was a phoenix. No female disciple could surpass her limelight. How could Lu Tianyuan not be moved by the number 1 female disciple in terms of talent and appearance? The two quickly became entangled like glue. Yixing vaguely understood. The old man's son in the story was most likely Zishanho himself. As for the old man's adopted daughter, could she be the enemy that Zishanho spoke of? If she only fell in love with someone else, she shouldn't be considered an enemy. Yixing unconsciously glanced at Zishanho's legs. The following story should be related to his legs. Then, the person who caused his legs to be crippled should be his enemy. Only, he didn't know if it was Lu Tianyuan or the old man's adopted daughter who did it. Yixing felt a wave of disgust in his heart. At this point in the story, it had become the rhythm of 2 men fighting over a woman. Why was it so melodramatic and cliché? Zishanho's following words, however, made Yixing realize that he had guessed wrong, very wrong. Lu Tianyuan's aptitude was higher than the old man's son's, and his appearance was also better. He was a handsome and elegant gentleman. If the old man's adopted daughter only had a brotherly relationship with the old man's son, it was understandable that she fell in love with him. Although this made the old man and his son somewhat sad, they could only accept the reality. There are plenty of fish in the sea. The old man's son and adopted daughter grew up together. In fact, there were very few feelings between men and women. After the two separated, the old man's son was only sad for a short period of time, and then became more cheerful. As they grew older, the old man's adopted daughter and son became intermediate martial saints, and were promoted to core disciples. At this time, the old man's son met the true other half of his life, the core disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, Yun's Island. The two of them fell in love with each other. It was from Yun's Island that the old man's son truly felt the taste of love. Seeing that the story had developed to the Spirit Moon sect, Yixing's spirits were lifted. Wei Qingxian was now in the Spirit Moon sect and was the personal disciple of Master Yenyu. When Zishanho talked about Yun's Island, his eyes revealed a rare tenderness. However, the tenderness in his eyes soon disappeared and was replaced by fierceness. When the Qingyun ancient land opened, the outstanding disciples of the top 10 sects in the Qingyun region could enter and gain experience there. The old man's son and Yun's Island obtained a great opportunity in the Qingyun ancient land. Originally, they could both break through the Stargang realm and become immortals, but Zishanho's tone suddenly became agitated, and his eyes flashed with hatred. He never thought that his sister would sneak attack them. Yun's Island was killed on the spot, and his legs were cut off. He escaped with a small space-breaking spell, but the opportunity was taken away by the old man's adopted daughter. In the end, the old man's adopted daughter became an immortal in the Stargang realm, an elder of the Falling Star sect, and later became the wife of the sect leader. However, the old man's son became a cripple with both legs cut off. The two old men were already old, and they both died of anger because of this. At the end of the story, Zishanho was gnashing his teeth, and tears flashed in his eyes. However, many years had passed, and he was no longer the hot-blooded and impulsive young man. Although the hatred was buried deep in his heart, it was not so strong on the surface. In the end, no tears fell, and the tears in his eyes quickly disappeared. However, Yi Xing could feel the hatred in Zi Shanho's heart. At this point in the story, Yi Xing was naturally sure that the old man's son was his master, Zi Shanho. Even though Yi Xing was an outsider, he was still infuriated by such an outcome. Yi Xing said, "She sneakily attacked her fellow disciples, tried to kill her brother, and angered her parents to death. She committed such crimes. Shouldn't the sect punish her?" Zi Shanho's eyes twitched, and he said, "After coming out of the Qingyun ancient land, she performed excellently in the 10-sect competition and won honor for the Falling Star sect. As for me, my legs were crippled, and I didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the 10-sect competition. For a crippled person, the sect naturally valued a genius more. Moreover, she accused me of betraying the sect and giving the great opportunity to become immortal in the immortal realm to an outsider. After she got the opportunity, she kept one for herself and gave the other to the sect, so that the sect could have one more immortal in the Star Gang realm. In addition, with Lu Tinyuan's support, all the elders in the sect stood on her side. If it weren't for Ancestor Lin, I would have been executed as a traitor more than 10 years ago." When Yi Xing heard this, he only felt a stifling feeling in his heart. Such a slut deserved to die. Yi Xing asked, "Who is Ancestor Lin?" Zi Shanho said, "Ancestor Lin Xuan, more than 100 years ago, the Falling Star Kingdom was occupied by the Dongfa Nation. It was Ancestor Lin who reorganized the Falling Star sect and recovered the territory of the Falling Star Kingdom. She is the only 3 immortal in the Falling Star sect." Then, Yi Xing hesitated for a moment. "What's her name?" Zi Shanho naturally knew who Yi Xing was asking about. With a serious expression, he said word by word, "Hua Tianshu." Zi Shanho shook his head. "No. If you have the opportunity to get a spiritual medicine to regrow limbs in the future, get one for me. I want to kill this bitch with my own hands." Yi Xing nodded vigorously. "Yes." Zi Shanho said, "You don't have to come here tomorrow. It's the day of the Falling Star sect's disciple recruitment. Orange lives can directly become an outer disciple. Red lives need to go through a test. You have to get first place in the test, and the reward will let your cultivation break through to the 9th rank of the martial path. Brothers, thank you for your support. In just half a day, there were more than 100 votes, which gave me hope. Thank you. Today's explosion will continue. From today's votes, the brothers still have the goods in their hands. Please continue to support. Thank you. Chapter 150. The Falling Star Sect's disciple recruitment was a grand event held once every 3 years. Martial Saint Heavenly Fate Realm geniuses did not need to take the test and directly became outer disciples. As for ordinary Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators, even if they were 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators, they had to go through the test. Only the elites could become outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. To the secular world, 7-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were geniuses, while 8-star and 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were geniuses among geniuses. However, to the sects, 1-star or 9-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivators were no different. They were all mortals with a difficult life. 7th layer Martial Master, 8th layer Martial Master, and 9th layer Martial Master were all titles for the secular world cultivators. In terms of martial Dao, they were only at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layer of the Star Tempering Realm. They were all mortals who had not entered the sect yet. Only by gathering star rings and forming a star vortex and becoming a star marquis, or martial saint, could one be considered to have stepped into the martial Dao and become a star cultivator. If one did not become a martial saint, they were mortals, ants in the eyes of the sects. If mortals wanted to borrow the power of the sects to become a martial saint, they naturally had to go through a test. Because there were too many mortals, the resources of the sects were limited. They could only provide opportunities for a few elites. Early the next morning, Zishan Ho rode the Purple Flame Eagle and Black Feather Eagle to the Purple Mountain Institute to take the top 10 from the previous assessment to the Falling Star Sect's disciple selection. The Black Feather Eagle was Watanabe Zhan's mount, the giant black eagle. Yi Xing learned its name from Zishan Ho. Yixing remembered that he and Wei Qingxian were sent out from the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range by a red-clothed female martial saint. The giant black eagle they rode was also a black feather eagle. There were many black feather eagles, which were equivalent to martial saints. They were the most common flying mounts of martial saints. As for Zishan Ho's purple flame eagle, although it was also a martial saint, it was much stronger than the black feather eagle. It was the king of the black feather eagles, equivalent to a high-rank martial saint. Wei Qingxian was not there, so naturally, someone else came up. These people were not martial saint heavenly fate realm cultivators, not even 9-star heavenly fate realm cultivators. They had to pass the test to have a chance of becoming a disciple of the Falling Star sect. As for geniuses of the martial saint heavenly mandate like Wang Feng, there was no need for him to pass the test. He had already been taken in as a disciple of the Falling Star sect several days in advance. The 10 students of the Purple Mountain Academy rode on the Purple Flame Eagle and the Black Feather Eagle respectively. Under the leadership of Zishan Ho, they headed towards the Falling Star sect. The Falling Star sect was located in the Falling Star Mountains to the north of the Jinghua County. The Jinghua County was located in the center of the Luoxing Kingdom, while the Zishan County was located at the border. The distance between the two counties was about 5,000 to 6,000 miles. If one were to use a beast carriage, it would take at least 8 to 10 days to arrive. However, riding on the Purple Flame Eagle and Black Feather Eagle was extremely fast. It only took them half a day to arrive. The Falling Star Kingdom had a vast territory with a radius of more than 10,000 miles. There were a total of 105 counties, and each county had 10 places to participate in the Falling Star sect's disciple selection. There were a total of 1,050 people. However, the Falling Star sect only recruited a limited number of disciples each time. There were only 300 people, and around 70% of them would be eliminated. The elimination rate was very high. Most of the students from Xian County had already arrived in Zishan Prefecture. Most of the students from the other counties had already arrived. Outside the Falling Star sect, in a huge square, there were more than 100 black feather eagles and blue-winged eagles standing there. On the back of each black feather eagle sat a marquee. Yixing and the others were not the last to arrive. There were still a few students from the other counties who had not arrived. They had to wait a little longer. Zishan Ho had recently killed 3 martial saints of the East Fu country and destroyed 200,000 soldiers. He was in the limelight. As soon as he appeared, most of the marquises were very polite to him and took the initiative to congratulate him. However, not all of the marquises were happy with Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho, you've been very impressive recently. Not far away, a voice that was neither feminine nor masculine was heard. It was very ear-piercing among the congratulatory voices. Yixing heard the voice and looked over. The person who spoke was an old man in his 50s. He was also sitting on a purple flame eagle. He was a peak martial saint, and his cultivation was not weaker than Zishan Ho's. Just as Yixing was guessing the other party's identity, Zishan Ho said, "Ziyang Ho, no matter how impressive I am, I can't be more impressive than you. 3 beginner martial saints from the Ziyang Academy dare to be arrogant in my Purple Mountain Academy. My prestige is nothing." His words were also full of sarcasm. Yixing frowned. So this old man was the dean of the Ziyang College. Yixing looked at the cultivation of the students behind Marquis Ziyang. Out of the 10 of them, 5 of them were at the 9th level of the star tempering realm, while the other 5 were at the peak of the 8th level. As expected of one of the top 3 academies. In terms of cultivation, the 10 of them were much stronger than the 10 of them. Among the 10 students of the Purple Mountain Academy, only he and Rin Xiuwu were peak level 8-star tempering realm, while the rest were early or late level 8-star tempering realm. In terms of cultivation, even the weakest of them was comparable to the strongest in the Purple Mountain Academy. Moreover, this was because Martial Saint Tianming was directly accepted as a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Otherwise, the other party would definitely have more level 9-star tempering realm martial artists. When Yixing sized up the 10 students of the Ziyang Academy, he realized that their gazes were locked on him. They were very sharp and unfriendly, especially the two level 9 martial artists, who revealed murderous intent. This made Yixing squint his eyes. It seemed that these students of the Ziyang Academy would not let him off easily. He had to be careful in the sex test. Zishan Ho was more than 10 years older than Zishan Ho. When he was a disciple of the Falling Star sect, Zishan Ho had not yet entered the sect. In his eyes, Zishan Ho was just a baby. Even though Zishan Ho was nearing 40 years old and was a marquis of a region and had recently become famous for killing the martial saint of the Dongfu country, Zishan Ho was still prejudiced against Zishan Ho for killing the 3 blue wind eagles of the Ziyang Academy and causing the 3 martial saints of the Ziyang Academy to return in a sorry state. Zishan Ho sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant now. When the selection is over, let's see if you still have the face to be arrogant when no one from the Purple Mountain County gets elected." Zishan Ho retaliated. "Even if my Purple Mountain County gets 1, it's still better than your Purple Sun County getting 10. No matter how many mediocre people there are, they're still mediocre." Zishan Ho snorted angrily and said to the students behind him, "Remember this. If a student from the Purple Mountain County gets selected this time, I'll hold you responsible." Yixing squinted his eyes and made up his mind. This time, he must let Ziyang County eat a big duck egg. "Zishan Ho, he's just a junior. Why are you bickering with him? It's just a moment of glory. He's just a cripple. How long can he be arrogant?" At this moment, another ear-piercing voice was heard. It was also a peak martial saint, sitting on a purple flame eagle, who came to Zishan Ho's side. This person was obviously an outstanding marquis. He took out a wine jug and threw it to Zishan Ho, saying, "Come, have a taste of my Guantian County's celestial fruit wine to relieve your anger." Jinghua County, Ziyang County, and Guantian County were the 3 largest counties in the Luoxian country. The middle schools of the counties were also the 3 strongest schools. The marquises of these 3 counties could only be conferred by peak martial saints. Just like the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country, they were not conferred by ordinary people. These 3 marquises had always been superior and did not put the other marquises in their eyes. Zishan Ho had been in the limelight recently and had completely overshadowed all the other marquises. Guantian was very dissatisfied with this. He often told people that Zishan Ho was able to kill the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country only with the help of the bow and arrow. This was because the bow in Zishan Ho's hand was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Normally, only perfected persons would have upper-grade spiritual weapons. Without the upper-grade spiritual bow, Zishan Ho would not be a match for the invincible marquis of the Dongfu country. There were very few people who could kill the invincible marquis in the Luoxian country, but Guantian was one of them. Guantian's words seemed to be high and mighty, and he even reprimanded Zishan Ho as a villain. However, many people could see who was the villain. However, no one dared to say it out loud. As one of the 3 strongest marquises in the Luoxian country, ordinary marquises could not be compared to him. After Marquis Guantian mocked Zishan Ho, he didn't stop. He continued to speak to the students of Guantian Academy behind him. "All of you, remember this. When we enter the 100 Illusions Matrix, don't let the students of trash schools fish in troubled waters. The Falling Star sect needs elites, and trash should be eliminated. Understand?" "Yes, Marquis. We will not let any trash students pass." The students of Guantian Academy said in unison. Guantian County. Yixing's gaze swept over the students behind Guantian. "You guys also have to eat big duck eggs." Guantian and Ziyang Marquis quickly began to talk and laugh. Their words always had a high and mighty attitude, as they constantly belittled other marquises. Naturally, there was no lack of open and veiled ridicule towards Zishan Ho. The other party did not openly attack Zishan Ho, and Zishan Ho was too lazy to pay attention to them. He only glanced at Yixing. Yixing nodded. Of course, he understood Zishan Ho's gaze. Even without Zishan Ho's instructions, he had already made his decision. He would let Ziyang County and Guantian County eat big duck eggs. With the passage of time, the people from the other remote counties had arrived. The 1,050 juniors had all gathered in the square. Each of them had received a card from the sect. The outer sect elder Huiyang Xian presided over the selection of disciples. He stood on the high platform at the back of the square and said loudly, "Juniors, the cards you just received are the 100 Illusions formation cards. Only those with the formation cards can enter the 100 Illusions formation. If anyone loses the card in the 100 Illusions formation, they will be immediately sent out of the 100 Illusions formation, which means they will be eliminated. Everyone kept the formation cards close to their bodies. There are a total of 1,050 of you, but our sect will only accept 300 disciples. 750 of you will be eliminated. When a number of people eliminated from the 100 Illusions formation reaches 750, the first round of selection will end. The remaining 300 people in the 100 Illusions formation will become our sect's new disciples. Furthermore, the 10 people who obtain the most formation tokens will become the top 10 of this selection and receive generous rewards. The second round of selection will be the competition between the top 10. The top 5, top 3, and first place will be determined. Different rankings will have different rewards. The first place will have the most generous reward. Everyone's eyes lit up. Most people wanted to rush into the top 10. A small number of experts wanted to fight for first place, requesting monthly votes. There will be more updates tonight. Chapter 151. Third Watch. Thank you, Guild Master. Godlike 527. If one only wanted to be accepted as a disciple of the Falling Star sect, then the best way after entering the 100 Illusions formation was to find a place to hide. As long as he did not lose his formation card, he could continue to stay in the 100 Illusion array until the number of people eliminated reached 750. Then, he would naturally become one of the 300 disciples accepted by the Falling Star sect. However, if one wanted to fight for the top 10, or even the top 5, top 3, or first place, then it was completely impossible to hide after entering the 100 Illusions formation. The only way was to take the initiative to attack and seize the formation plates of others. In short, if one wanted to be accepted as a disciple, all one had to do was to protect one's array card. If one wanted to enter the top 10, one had to snatch enough array cards. One had to focus on defense, while the other had to focus on attacking. Although the Purple Mountain Academy didn't have any students in the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, there were still many in the other academies. In fact, the Purple Mountain County didn't lack 9-star Destiny Realm juniors. Wang Feng wasn't the only one in the Martial Saint Destiny Realm. However, because Zishan Academy's disciples who entered the Falling Star sect always suffered setbacks and were assigned to the most unpromising units to do the heaviest work, after 2 rounds of the Falling Star sect's disciple selection, some of the big clans in Zishan County, if they had a 9-star fate or even a Martial Saint fate descendant, would be sent to a relative's family in another county at a very young age to avoid being branded as a member of Zishan County. It was precisely because of the loss of talent that the Purple Mountain Academy's recent 2 batches of students did not have high aptitudes. Compared to other academies, they were a grade lower. The reason why Wang Feng stayed in the Zishan County was because the Wang family did not know the relationship between Zishan Ho and the Starfall sect. They wanted to curry favor with Wang Ho, thinking that by not entering the Zishan Academy and becoming Zishan Ho's disciple, they would be able to break the curse of the Zishan Academy's students entering the Starfall sect. Thus, when the Wang clan found out that Wang Feng's Heaven's Mandate might surpass 9 stars, they recommended him to Zishan Ho and requested him to take him in as a disciple. Zishan Ho tested that Wang Feng's Heaven's Mandate was a 5-star orange fate and found that Wang Feng's talent was indeed extraordinary. He naturally accepted Wang Feng as his personal disciple and did his best to nurture Wang Feng. He even taught Wang Feng the Azure Cloud Eyes. However, Wang Feng truly wasn't suited to learn eye techniques, so Zishan Ho gave up. Afterwards, Zishan Ho took in Wang Feng as his adopted son. It was Wang Feng who had requested this from Zishan Ho under the wishes of his family elders. Zishan Ho had no children, and at that time, he only had Wang Feng as his personal disciple. Wang Feng was willing to acknowledge him as his father. This naturally made Zishan Ho very happy, and so he took Wang Feng in as his adopted son. As a result, Wang Feng, a genius with a martial saint's mandate, chose to stay in the Zishan County. Therefore, although the Zishan Academy didn't have any 9-star Destiny students or 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students, it couldn't be compared to the other academies. Like the Zishan Academy, there weren't many academies that didn't have any 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students. Most of them had at least 1, 2, or even 3. As for the top 3 academies, each of them had more than 5. All in all, among the 1,050 students, there were more than 200 9th-level Star Tempering Realm students. Most of the others were at the peak of the 8th level or late stage of the 8th level. Those below late stage of the 8th level were extremely rare. Among the 209th level Star Tempering Realm students, there were more than 30 late-stage 9th level Star Tempering Realm students. Even late-stage 9th level Star Tempering Realm martial artists didn't have a high chance of getting into the top 10. This showed how difficult it was. Basically, only late-stage 9th level Star Tempering Realm martial artists had the confidence to get into the top 10. Those below late-stage 9th level Star Tempering Realm martial artists were few and far between. Among the 8th level Star Tempering Realm martial artists, Yixing was the only one who had the confidence. The 100 Illusion Formation has a radius of 100 miles. Intentional killing is strictly prohibited in the formation. If you lose, hand over the formation token and you'll be teleported out immediately. Go in. Whoever wants to get into the top 10, try your best to grab as many formation tokens as possible. The more formation tokens you have, the higher your chance of getting into the top 10. Gongyang Xian didn't beat around the bush. He quickly finished his speech and pointed behind him. There was a swirling ripple behind him. It was obviously the entrance to the 100 Illusion Formation. Following Gongyang Xian's gesture, all the students rushed to the high platform. They passed through the swirling ripple and disappeared into the 100 Illusion Formation. The 100 Illusion Formation had a radius of 100 miles. There were various terrains such as mountains, rivers, plains, and so on. The students who entered the formation were assigned to different areas. Yixing passed through the ripple vortex and appeared in the 100 Illusion Formation in an instant. He was at the edge of the plains. On his right was a mountainous area. On his left, there were 3 other students a few hundred meters away in different directions. One of the students immediately ran towards the mountainous area. If one wanted to hide, the mountainous area was clearly a good place. On the plains, others would be able to discover one from a distance. As for the other 2 students, they seemed to be from the same school. They quickly gathered together and knelt before Yixing. These 2 people were at the peak of the 8th level Star Tempering Realm. Yixing was also at the peak of the 8th level Star Tempering Realm, but he was alone. The 2 of them stopped 10 meters away from Yixing. One of them said, "Hand over the formation token and you can safely leave the 100 Illusion Formation." At the peak of the 8th level Star Tempering Realm, unless one was a monstrous genius like Yixing, there was no hope of getting into the top 10. Therefore, as long as a student at the peak of the 8th level Star Tempering Realm held on to their formation token and didn't get eliminated, they would be able to last until the end and win. Yixing really didn't know what these 2 people were thinking. They snatched his formation token, but they couldn't get into the top 10. There must be something wrong with their heads. Although he thought that there was something wrong with their heads, Yixing was still very happy about their arrival. He needed a large number of formation tokens to have any hope of getting into the top 10. In his eyes, these 2 people were obviously here to give him their formation tokens. Yixing touched his chin and said in the same tone, "Hand over the formation token and you can safely leave the 100 Illusion Formation. You're courting death. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The 2 of them shouted angrily at the same time. Without saying anything else, they instantly attacked. One of them jumped up and pounced on Yixing's chest. Both of his palms clapped together. The inner strength in his palms instantly penetrated through his body and turned into 2 palm prints, slapping towards Yixing. One of them shoveled on the ground and attacked Yi Xing's lower body. His right leg flashed with inner strength and dug out a 10-meter-long trench on the ground. These two people obviously worked together often, one on top and one on bottom, attacking at the same time. Martial artists of the same realm basically couldn't survive a single move from them. However, Yi Xing wasn't an ordinary peak level 8 martial artist. He moved his feet and used the Big Dipper step. The shoveling leg attacking Yi Xing's lower body suddenly missed. Yi Xing's foot stepped down, accurately stepping on the ankle of the shoveling leg. As for the two palm prints, Yi Xing didn't even use his inner strength. He just used his pure physical strength to casually slap them into pieces. Then in just an instant, Yi Xing's two consecutive palms collided with the opponent's two palms. However, the sound was heard almost at the same time. Two screams sounded at the same time. The ankle that was stepped on was instantly dislocated. Moreover, Yi Xing was stepping on it, making it impossible for it to move. As for the student that collided with Yi Xing's two palms, he was instantly sent flying. His internal organs seemed to be in turmoil. His face was swollen red, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was about to vomit blood. Yi Xing stepped on the student under his foot and glanced at the student that was thrown more than 10 meters away. He said, "Are you going to take the initiative to hand over your array cards now? Or are you going to wait until I beat you until you can't take it anymore?" Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Usually, when the two of them teamed up, they could deal with martial artists of the same realm in one move. However, today, both of them were defeated by Yi Xing, a martial artist of the same realm, in one move. This was an outcome that they never expected. Even some level 9 star-tempering realm martial artists might not be able to achieve such a powerful strength. How would the two of them dare to fight with Yi Xing? They quickly handed over their array cards. With a flash of light, the two of them were sent out of the 100 illusion formation. Yi Xing now had 3 array cards. In the 100 illusion formation, there were a total of 1,050 students who participated in the selection. Among them, 750 were eliminated. For every person that was eliminated, the remaining students in the 100 illusion formation would have 1 more array card. In other words, compared to the 300 students who were not eliminated, there would be 750 more array cards. If one wanted to enter the top 10, one would have to obtain at least 1/10 of the extra 750 array cards, which was 75 array cards. Together with the 1 card that one already had, it would be 76 array cards. As long as one could obtain 76 array cards, it would mean that one would be able to enter the top 10. Yi Xing put away the 2 formation cards and looked into the distance. His vision allowed him to see 10 miles away. This was just the ability of his super brain. There were too many people in the 100 illusions formation, so Yi Xing did not plan to use his green eyes. Other than those who were hiding in his field of vision, Yi Xing knew every student's position as long as they were within his field of vision. Yi Xing immediately chose the direction with the most people. The reward for the first place was enough for him to break through to the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. He was determined to get it. To get the first place, one had to enter the top 10. Therefore, Yi Xing had to obtain more array cards. He had to obtain at least 76 array cards. Although 75, 73, or even 70 array cards were enough for him to enter the top 10, Yi Xing had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Therefore, they could only eliminate some people and snatch the array formation tokens from their hands. The direction Yi Xing chose wasn't based on the cultivation level of the other party, but on the number of people. Only by having a large number of people would he be able to obtain enough array formation cards. In Yi Xing's opinion, it didn't make much of a difference whether the other party was in the 8th or 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. Yi Xing had only walked a few hundred meters when he was surrounded again. This time, it was a 9th stage beginner and 3 8th stage peak cultivators. Although Yi Xing did not see any students from the Purple Mountain Academy nearby, not all students were like him and did not know anyone nearby. The 4 of them were from the same academy. Fortunately, they were not too far away from each other after entering the 100 illusion formation. They quickly gathered together. There was strength in numbers. The four of them were obviously stronger when they joined forces to snatch other people's array cards. Chapter 152. Yi Xing crossed his arms in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, carrying a thought-provoking smile. Before the other party could speak, Yi Xing had already looked at the four of them with interest and said, "The four of you, are you here to give me the array token?" The four of them were stunned. Of the four of them, one was at the early stage of the 9th level, 3 were at the peak of the 8th level, and Yi Xing was only one person at the peak of the 8th level. Yet he dared to say such a thing? Was there something wrong with his head? This thought flashed through the four of their minds. The early stage 9th level student said, "Idiot, hand over the array token and get out of the 100 illusions array, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yi Xing stretched his right arm forward, his index finger pointing at the early stage 9th level student and hooking it a few times. "Come, let me see how you'll teach me a lesson." Being looked down upon, the early stage 9th level student was furious. His breathing quickened, and his face turned ashen. "This brat is too arrogant. Senior brother Fanjian, break his dog legs. Senior brother Fanjian, smash his mouth." The 3 peak 8th level students were also furious and shouted angrily at the same time. Fanjian was very angry. His eyes revealed a dangerous light and walked towards Yi Xing. "Brat, you've angered me. Are you going to support your stinky mouth, or do you want me to support your stinky mouth? One is enough. I'll do it. At least 10. Yi Xing's expression was normal. "Are you saying that only you can snatch my array token, but I can't snatch yours? I only said what you wanted to say to me in advance. Do you have to be so angry?" Fan Jian continued to move forward, getting closer and closer to Yi Xing, his aura threatening. "Cut the crap. You don't have much time to choose." Yi Xing cracked a smile. What seemed like an innocent smile was actually a dangerous one. "Brother Fan Jian, right? Don't be so ruthless with your words. I originally only wanted your formation tablets. If you continue to act like this, we won't be able to play happily anymore. Perhaps what you say will be the final consequence that you will have to bear." Noisy. Fan Jian snorted coldly, and his palms suddenly emitted a bright light. That was the condensation of a dense inner strength, and its power was terrifying. Although it was not released, this palm was enough to split gold and stone. Fan Jian snorted coldly and rushed towards Yi Xing. His palm slapped towards Yi Xing's face. "Pa!" Before it even touched Yi Xing's face, an explosive sound could be heard as the palm moved. It was as if the air had been blown apart. It was clear how powerful the palm was. Even an 8-Dan Pinnacle Zongshi Realm cultivator would not be able to withstand the might of this palm strike. They would suffer severe injuries, possibly even fatal injuries. Fan Jian's ruthless attack caused Yi Xing's eyes to flicker coldly. In the face of Fan Jian's palm strike, Yi Xing did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the other party's palm. Yi Xing's palm was covered in a layer of golden light. There was no fluctuation of inner strength. Supreme grade body refining technique. Invincible golden body. The greater mastery of the invincible golden body was enough to defeat most of the 9-Dan star tempering realm cultivators. Not to mention the early stage, he could even defeat the mid-stage. When the two palms collided, an explosive sound could be heard. The inner strength in Fan Jian's palm was dispersed and dimmed. However, the golden luster on Yi Xing's palm was still there. His strength was like a vice, and he caught Fan Jian's palm in an instant. At the same time, his other hand suddenly clenched into a palm and slapped towards Fan Jian's face. It was also covered in a golden luster. Fan Jian's hand was caught by Yi Xing. Even if he used all his strength, he could not pull his hand out. There was no way for him to dodge this palm strike. He could not even block it. "Pa!" The golden luster of the palm slapped Fan Jian's face. Fan Jian's face turned 90 degrees, and a bloody palm print appeared on his face. Broken teeth and blood spurted out. Fan Jian's eyes rolled back. He was almost knocked out by Yi Xing's slap. In the next instant, Yi Xing's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the array formation token from the other party's body. Without the array card, Fan Jian was sent out of the 100 illusion formation in a flash of light. He was eliminated. The other 3 students who were at the pinnacle of the 8-Dan star tempering realm were stunned. They did not expect Fan Jian, who was at the early stage of the 9-Dan star tempering realm, to be as weak as a 3-year-old. Yixing put away Fan Jian's array card and looked at the other 3 students. "What about the rest of you? Run!" The 3 of them shouted at the same time. They turned around and ran, using their lightness skill to the maximum. Upper grade lightness skill, traceless flying snow. Yixing moved and chased after them. His speed was more than twice as fast as the 3 of them. There were more than 2,000 martial arts in the Purple Mountain Academy library. Yixing had mastered them all. Even his upper-grade martial arts had reached the transformative realm. The traceless flying snow of the transformative realm was faster than the flying swan technique of the transformative realm. How fast was that? It was obvious that none of the 3 martial artists at the pinnacle of the 8-Dan star tempering realm could escape. They did not even run far before they were caught by Yixing. The 3 of them panicked. They thought that Yixing would give them a slap, each like Fan Jian. They hurriedly threw out their array cards and were sent out of the 100 illusion formation with bitter faces. Yixing kept the 3 array cards. He now had 7 cards in his hand. He was still far from the 76 array cards. He had to snatch more. Out of the 1,050 students who entered the 100 illusion formation, 750 of them would definitely be eliminated. Even if Yixing did not snatch the cards, there would still be 750 people who would be eliminated. It was just that the array cards would be snatched by others, and the top 10 would be taken by others. Since that was the case, Yixing would definitely snatch the cards. Since they were going to be eliminated, it did not matter who got the cards. Moreover, if he got the cards, he would be able to get more array cards. Fan Jian and the other 3 had their array cards snatched away by Yixing. This was seen by many students in the distance. Now, these students regarded Yixing as a malefic star. They ran far away or hid. However, to Yixing, whose eyesight was far better than others, it was not easy to escape Yixing's pursuit. He used traceless flying snow and flew towards the direction where there were more people. Outside the 100 illusion formation, there were students being eliminated one after another. The lower the cultivation, the earlier they were eliminated. This was because once they entered the 100 illusion formation, there would be students with higher cultivation everywhere. It was normal for their array cards to be snatched away. Many students with lower cultivation were from Zishan Academy. Therefore, not long after the first round of selection began, there were already a few students from Zishan Academy who were eliminated. Marquis Ziyang, look, a trash academy is a trash academy. It hasn't been long since the selection began, and Zishan Academy has already eliminated 6 people. Among the eliminated students, 1/10 of them are from Zishan Academy. Marquis Guantian laughed beside Marquis Ziyang. Marquis Ziyang was also full of smiles. There were almost 100 students eliminated, but Zishan Academy and Guantian Academy had not eliminated a single one. Both of them were very superior. Marquis Ziyang chuckled. This is just the beginning. It won't be long before Zishan Academy is completely eliminated. Not a single one will be left, hee. Both of their voices were very loud. The marquises nearby could hear them clearly. They could not help but look at Marquis Zishan's reaction. Marquis Zishan sat on the back of the purple flame eagle. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, carrying a thought-provoking smile. No one could tell what he was thinking. About an hour had passed in the 100 illusions formation, and the number of formation cards in Yixing's hand had already reached 27. Basically, those who were targeted by him could not escape his tracking. Therefore, he should have obtained more formation cards and was at the front. If he maintained this speed, it would not be a problem for him to be in the top 10. Yixing's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, looking for traces of other students. Suddenly, Yixing's expression changed. On a mountain peak a few miles away from him, 5 students suddenly walked out from the back of the mountain. There were 3 boys and 2 girls. A girl in the middle of the 9th level, a boy in the early 9th level, and 3 at the peak of the 8th level. With such a team configuration, Yi Xing could definitely defeat them all. What surprised him was not the strength of these 5 people, but the fact that there was an acquaintance among them. Chu Jingnan, whom he met when he obtained the Silver Star Fruit, was now at the peak of the 8th level. Since they were acquaintances, Yi Xing naturally could not snatch their formation cards. Moreover, with their team strength, they could definitely last until the end, rank in the top 300, and become disciples of the Falling Star sect. When Yi Xing saw Chu Jingnan and the other 4, they also saw him. However, Chu Jingnan and the other 4 did not have Yi Xing's eyesight. They only saw Yi Xing from afar, but did not see his appearance clearly. Seeing a lone student, Chu Jingnan and the other 4 naturally rushed over. Although Yi Xing did not intend to snatch their formation cards, he did not avoid them either. "Hi, brother Yi Xing." When Chu Jingnan saw Yi Xing's appearance clearly, his expression immediately turned to joy. Obviously, he did not expect to see an acquaintance. Yi Xing also waved at Chu Jingnan. "Brother Chu, how have you been?" Chu Jingnan soon arrived in front of Yi Xing. Chu Jingnan introduced, "Cousin, senior brother Yuan Bai, this is brother Yi Xing, whom I told you about. He has not become a martial Dao master yet, but he killed Xinxiang Temple, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Ziyang College." The other 4 people all had shocked expressions on their faces. The middle stage, 9th heaven female in the lead, was obviously the leader of the 5 people. She walked out and sized Yi Xing up. Yi Xing remembered that Chu Jingnan had said that his cousin, Chu Jingyue, could defeat someone at the peak of the 7th level when she was at the early stage of the 7th level. The middle stage 9th level girl in front of him should be Chu Jingyue. If she was a genius who could fight above her level, then her strength was a little scary. One could not judge her from her appearance. Chu Jingyue sized up Yi Xing for a while and said, "Your archery skills are very good. I wonder how your strength is?" Yi Xing also looked at Chu Jingyue carefully. She was wearing a tight black leather suit. She had a slender waist, full buttocks, and big breasts. Her devilish figure was perfectly highlighted, and she looked like an elegant cheetah. Coupled with her angelic face, Chu Jingyue was simply a stunner. Today's monthly votes are miserable. Brothers who have monthly votes, please support one. Chapter 153. Chu Jingyue frowned when she saw that Yi Xing didn't reply, but his eyes were wandering around her devilish body. Yi Xing immediately sensed her reaction. He retracted his gaze and said, "Not bad." Chu Jingyue said unhappily, "Jingnan said that you have the strength to fight above your level. I want to see if he's bragging. Yuan Bai, you go and test him. If you can't withstand 3 moves from Yuan Bai, don't blame me for snatching your formation card." The man in the early 9th rank walked up. Yuan Bai rubbed his fists and turned to look at Chu Jingnan at the same time. Chu Jingnan winked at Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, can you do it?" Although Yi Xing could fight above his level when he was in the 6th rank of the martial path, martial artists were limited in many ways. It didn't mean that one could fight above his level in the early stages and always be able to do so in the later stages. Yi Xing nodded. "No problem." Yuan Bai nodded at Yi Xing with a smile and said, "I'll make my move." As he spoke, Yuan Bai took a step forward and waved his right arm. He punched at Yi Xing like a flash of lightning. In an instant, Yuan Bai's entire arm was suffused with a red luster. The fist force rushed out and turned into a fire pattern that rushed forward in an instant. The void was burning and crackling, and the temperature suddenly rose. This internal force of the fire attribute was much stronger than ordinary internal force. Yuan Bai's strength was at the peak of the early 9th rank. In the face of his opponent's fire pattern fist force, Yi Xing moved his feet and his figure disappeared in an instant. Upper-level body movement technique, 4 directional steps. The 4 directional steps of the transformative stage allowed Yi Xing's speed to be unparalleled in a certain space. The 7-star steps of the transformative stage might not be able to dodge the attack of the fire pattern fist force, but the 4 directional steps of the transformative stage could easily dodge it. Seeing that Yi Xing had actually dodged his punch, Yuan Bai was surprised. Then, like a flash of lightning, he used his body movement technique and rushed toward Yi Xing, fire pattern consecutive punch. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Bai's fists moved at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, he threw out a dozen punches. However, Yi Xing's four-directional steps was indeed extremely fast. His figure flashed, and the dozens of fist marks did not even touch the corner of his clothes. Fan ripple. Yuan Bai was a little annoyed that he couldn't even touch Yi Xing after two consecutive moves. He let out a loud shout and threw out two punches. A powerful fire attribute inner strength surged out in an instant, forming a fan-shaped area that rushed forward. At this moment, Yi Xing was about to land on the ground. Once he landed, he would definitely be hit by the fire-patterned fist force. Traceless snowflakes. Yi Xing's movement technique changed in a qigong. Both of his legs tapped on the air, and before he even touched the ground, his body was already much higher. The fiery fist energy rushed past his feet. Yi Xing did a backflip and landed lightly on the ground. He said, "Thank you for letting me win." After 3 moves, Yi Xing did not confront Yuan Bai head-on. With his qigong body movement technique, he easily dodged all of the attacks. This made Yuan Bai a little stunned. With his cultivation level of level 9 star tempering realm, he could not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes after 3 consecutive moves. Regardless of Yi Xing's strength, his qigong body movement technique shocked Yuan Bai. Obviously, Yi Xing was much stronger than him. Brother Yi is indeed extraordinary. Yuan Bai cupped his hands at Yi Xing. Obviously, he acknowledged the latter's strength and retreated. Chu Jingnan's face was full of smiles. "I told you, Yi Xing is very strong. Cousin, he was even stronger than you when you were at a higher level." Yi Xing could tell that Chu Jinghua was not as happy as Chu Jingnan. Instead, she was a little displeased. After all, Yi Xing was an earthling. Although he had been in the Star Continent for almost a year, there were still some small differences between him and the locals. Her devilish figure was curvaceous, and it was perfectly outlined by the tight leather jacket. Yi Xing naturally took a few more glances at her. This was very normal on Earth. However, in the Star Continent, it was a little frivolous. Chu Jinghua labeled him as a pervert in her heart. Yi Xing could feel Chu Jinghua's displeasure. He said, "I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye." Wait. Yi Xing was about to leave, but Chu Jinghua stopped him. "Just now, you were dodging with your body movement technique and did not fight with Yuan Bai. Who knows if your strength is enough to fight someone at a higher level? Let me test you. Just take one hit from me." Chu Jinghua thought to herself, "This kid is so young, but his eyes have already sized me up several times without any scruples. He must be a little pervert. Even if he is Jingnan's friend, I have to punish him." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Jinghua's figure disappeared in a flash. In an instant, she appeared in front of Yi Xing and slapped him with her palm. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of thunder rang out. It was not thunder in the sky, but the muffled sound of thunder in Chu Jinghua's palm. She had performed an extremely powerful martial art, Thunder Palm. Since she intended to punish Yi Xing, Chu Jinghua naturally did not show too much mercy. Even an early-stage 9th-tier martial artist would not be able to withstand this palm. Chu Jinghua's attack was much faster than Yuan Bai's. Even the 4-sided steps of the transformative stage could not avoid it. Yi Xing's body retreated backward. His palm glowed with a golden luster. In an instant, his palm collided with Chu Jinghua's. His body shot backward like an arrow leaving the bow. Chu Jingnan and the others were shocked. They thought that Yi Xing had been sent flying by Chu Jinghua's palm. How severe was his injury if he shot backward at such a fast speed? The next moment, Yi Xing's strange cry came from afar. "Ouch! Beauty, your palm strength is as hot as your figure." While speaking, Yi Xing's body flashed past. In a few ups and downs, he had already run hundreds of meters away. He turned around a mountain and disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that Yi Xing was not injured at all. He had just retreated with the help of Chu Jinghua's palm strength. Chu Jinghua stood in place, her face cold. This little pervert dared to tease her. He was really reckless. However, Yixing's speed was too fast. She admitted that she could not catch up with him. She could only think bitterly, "The next time I see him, I must teach him a lesson." Behind her, Chu Jingnan looked at his cousin being humiliated. He immediately suppressed a smile from the bottom of his heart. His expression was very strange. His cousin had an angelic face and a devilish figure. She could be said to be a stunner that could move thousands of men. However, she had a violent temper. She was focused on martial arts and had a firm will. She had no romantic feelings at all. She was just a tomboy. After knowing her for a long time, he realized how terrifying she was. Whether it was the boys who wanted to hit on her or the boys who were interested in her, they were all beaten up miserably by her. Yixing actually dared to flirt with this tigress. He was simply asking for trouble. Chu Jingnan could imagine that if his cousin met Yixing again, he would probably be taught a lesson. Afraid that Chu Jingwei would catch up with him, Yixing used traceless flying snow and ran all the way to distance himself from the other party. After running for more than 10 miles, Yixing saw that the other party did not catch up with him. Then, he stopped at a high mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain, Yixing looked into the distance and observed the surroundings. Suddenly, Yixing's face lit up with joy. A few miles away, Yixing met a team of 8 students from Crown Sky Academy. Among them, 3 were at LV9 Star Tempering Realm. 2 were at the middle stage of LV9, 1 was at the early stage of LV9, and 5 were at the peak of LV8. Yixing grinned. In his eyes, the 8 of them turned into formation cards one after another. The 8 of them had at least 8 formation cards on them, but Yixing was sure that they had more than 8 formation cards. With the 8 of them together, they were a powerful force. They must have snatched many formation cards in their hands. Yixing was delighted. Their formation cards will soon be mine. There are many experts from Crown Sky Academy and Ziyang Academy. They must have snatched a lot of formation cards. If I find them all and drive them out of the 100 illusion formation, it should be enough for the top 10. He had made up his mind. Next, he would clean up the 2 students from Crown Sky Academy and Ziyang Academy. Outside, the 100 illusion formation. At this moment, another student from Purple Mountain Academy was sent out. It was Ren Xiuwu. He was at the peak of LV8, but he was also eliminated. In the 100 illusion formation, if a peak LV8 martial artist did not team up with an LV9 martial artist, it was easy for someone to snatch their formation card. Ren Xiuwu did not have the strength to fight against a LV9 martial artist, so it was normal for his formation card to be snatched. Sky Crown Marquis was full of smiles. Until now, no one from Crown Sky Academy had been eliminated. Seeing that another one from the Purple Mountain Academy had been eliminated, Sky Crown Marquis laughed happily. Purple Sun Marquis, look, another one from the Purple Mountain Academy has been eliminated. This is already the 9th one. Haha, just one more, and all of them will be eliminated. Marquis Ziyang stroked the beard on his chin. His face was also full of smiles, and he was in a good mood. Trash academies. It is certain that they will all be eliminated. Not long after, that little brat will also be eliminated. Sky Crown Marquis nodded and glanced at Purple Sun Marquis. Purple Sun Marquis, how long do you think it will take for the last one from Purple Mountain Academy to be eliminated? Not far away. Purple Sun Marquis' expression was normal. As long as Yixing was not eliminated, the elimination of others would not affect his state of mind. In his opinion, Purple Mountain Academy's students would be discouraged if they entered the Falling Star sect. If they did not have potential, it would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves in the sect. His hope was only on Yixing. In his eyes, only Yixing could create miracles. Purple Sun Marquis also glanced at Purple Sun Marquis and said, "At most 15 minutes. Marquis Guantian laughed. Marquis Ziyang, you think too highly of those trash students. How could they even need a quarter of an hour? I think at most a quarter of an hour, and those trash students will all be eliminated." Just as Sky Crown Marquis finished speaking, suddenly, a light flashed outside the 100 illusion formation. Another person was eliminated. Sky Crown Marquis' laughter stopped, and the smile on his face froze. Immediately, the light outside the 100 illusion formation flashed continuously, and people were eliminated one after another. Sky Crown Marquis's expression became more and more unsightly. The students who were continuously eliminated were all students of Sky Crown Academy. Not only were the students at the peak of the 8th rank eliminated, but even those at the beginning and middle of the 9th rank were eliminated. In less than 10 breaths of time, a total of 8 people from Sky Crown Academy had been eliminated. All the Marquis's gazes turned towards Sky Crown Marquis. Sky Crown Marquis's face burned, and he roared at the 8 people. "You good-for-nothings! How could you be eliminated? Today I was called an idiot by the author who pushed my new book to the top of the monthly votes." Heh! The Arrow God was originally the top of the monthly votes, but he pushed it up and showed off everywhere. He didn't even allow me to refute and called me an idiot. He even said that he wanted to show off, so what could I do? All right, I was really angry today. I delayed my writing, so I can't add more chapters. I can only update twice and apologize to my brothers. Tomorrow, I will adjust my state of mind and continue to explode. Furthermore, I will make a vow to my brothers that I will increase my explosiveness in the second half of the month. Calling me an idiot. Yes, I am stupid. I am so stupid that I only know how to ask my brothers for votes. But I don't know how to spend money to buy votes. However, I will continue to be stupid. I have 3,000 subscribed brothers. If I go all out, I will definitely kill him and fight for first place. Brothers, if you have monthly votes, please vote. From tomorrow onwards, watch my performance. If I can't win, then I have lived in vain. Chapter 154. In Sky Crown Academy, the 8 students were stunned by Sky Crown Marquis's roar. Their expressions were both angry and ashamed. The mid-9th level student said submissively, It's Zishan Academy's Yixing. He stole our array card." Zishan Academy? Yixing? Everyone was stunned. It seemed that among the students of Zishan Academy, the highest cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level. In Crown Sky Academy, not only had 8 people, but 3 of them were 9th level martial artists. Furthermore, 2 of them were in the middle stage of the 9th level. With 8 people together, how could a peak 8th level martial artist snatch away all the array tokens? This was simply too unbelievable. What did you say? Sky Crown Marquis thought that he had misheard and asked again in disbelief. He had just mocked Zishan Academy for being a trash academy and that all the students would be eliminated. Just as he finished speaking, his Sky Crown Academy eliminated 8 people in one go. Furthermore, the 8 people who were eliminated were actually Yixing from Zishan Academy. If Zishan Academy was a trash academy, didn't that mean that Sky Crown Academy was even worse than trash academies? The mid-9th level student saw Sky Crown Marquis's anger and said fearfully, It's Yixing from Zishan Academy. Enough. This time, Sky Crown Marquis heard it clearly. Without waiting for the student to finish, he shouted angrily, "A bunch of trash, scram!" There was a burst of laughter from the side. Although the nobles present were not as high as Sky Crown Marquis and would not go against him, they still dared to laugh when faced with such a ridiculous situation. Sky Crown Marquis felt a burning sensation on his face, and his face turned as black as charcoal. Beside him, Purple Sun Marquis also had an ashen face. Yixing's strength was actually so strong. If the students of Sky Crown Academy were to suffer, how could his Purple Sun Academy be spared? Sky Crown Marquis looked at Sky Crown Marquis, and so did Sky Crown Marquis. The 2 powerful nobles looked at each other, their eyes full of seriousness. For Yixing to be able to eliminate 8 people, his strength must have at least reached the level of a late-stage 9th level martial artist. Now, the 2 nobles could only hope that Yixing would quickly be eliminated by the students of the 2 academies who were at the peak of the 9th level. Otherwise, if the other students encountered him, it would definitely be a disaster. Inside, the 100 Illusion Formation. Only 19 Array Formation cards. Although they have the advantage in numbers, they didn't manage to get that many. Yixing said unhappily as he tidied up the Array Formation cards that he had snatched from the 8 people. Even though he was alone, he had 27 array formation cards on him, and he had managed to snatch 26 of them. On the other hand, there were 8 of them, and They had only managed to snatch 11 of the 19 array formation cards. Compared to Yixing, their efficiency was much lower. 27 cards. Including these 19 cards, I have 46 cards. That's not a small number. There are still many students in the two academies. It should be enough if I snatch all of their cards. Yixing put away the 46 formation cards and looked into the distance, searching for the students of Crown Sky Academy and Purple Sun Academy. He looked into the distance and could see as far as 20 miles away. However, he did not find any students from the two academies. The space within the 100 illusions array was 100 miles wide. The target might not be within 20 miles of him. Furthermore, Yixing's vision was also obstructed by obstacles. The further away he was, the more he couldn't see due to the obstacles. The target might be within a radius of 20 miles from him, so he had to search carefully. With his eyesight, it was definitely not a difficult task to find the target. Yixing changed his position at lightning speed. Every few miles, he would look for the highest point and observe his surroundings from afar. He only targeted the students from Crown Sky Academy and Purple Sun Academy. He did not care about the other students. However, if someone did not know what was good for them and provoked him, he would naturally take action. For example, Yixing was blocked by 2 level 9 martial artists. One was in the early stage of level 9, and the other was in the middle stage of level 9. Yixing did not say a word to the 2 people who wanted him to hand over all the array formation cards on him. He rushed over. His body was glowing with a golden light. He did not even use his inner strength. He used his invincible golden body to crush the 2 of them. The early stage level 9 martial artist had 1 array formation card. The middle stage level 9 martial artist had 7 array formation cards. Obviously, the 2 of them snatched the array formation cards so that the middle stage level 9 martial artist could enter the top 10. He had a total of 54 array formation cards on him. If the number of array formation cards on the top of the rankings was higher than the average number, he would have the hope of entering the top 10 based on the number of array formation cards in his hand. Regardless of whether the array formation cards in his hand could enter the top 10, Yixing did not plan to stop. His goal was to let Crown Sky Academy and Purple Sun Academy eat a big duck egg and eliminate them all. Yixing continued forward. Not long after, Yixing was delighted. He found a group of students from Purple Sun Academy. There were only 5 of them. 2 were in the early stage of level 9, and 3 were in the peak of level 8. Yixing immediately dashed over with a bright smile. Not long after, the 5 of them also discovered Yixing. Someone pointed at him and shouted in surprise, "Look, it's the trash from Purple Mountain Academy. He's the murderer of Zhen Xiang Temple. Destroy him." The 5 of them looked excited and also rushed toward Yixing. Even the 8 students from Crown Sky Academy, 2 of whom were in the middle stage level 9, had their array formation cards snatched by Yixing. The group from Purple Sun Academy only had 5 people. Moreover, the 2 level 9 martial artists were only in the early stage of level 9. The result was obvious. Yixing easily crushed the 5 of them with his physical body. He snatched their array formation cards with a few punches and kicks. What surprised Yixing was that they only had 5 array formation cards, 1 for each person. Did they not snatch others' array formation cards? Yixing did not understand, but he soon understood. Yixing climbed up a nearby peak and looked into the distance. He saw another group from Purple Sun Academy several miles away. This group only had 4 people. 2 were in the peak of level 8, 1 was in the middle stage of level 9, and 1 was in the late stage of level 9. With a late-stage level 9 martial artist, this was definitely a heavyweight group. Yixing quickly realized that the group just now might have given their array formation cards to this group. Among the 10 students from Purple Sun Academy, 1 was in the peak of level 9, and 1 was in the late stage of level 9. Among the 1,050 people, there were only 4 in the peak of level 9. With their strength, there was no doubt that they would be in the top 10 if they snatched array formation cards. However, the late stage of level 9 was different. There were about 30 of them in the late stage of level 9. But other than the 3 in the peak of level 9, there were only a few spots in the top 10. The competition was very fierce. Therefore, the other students from Purple Sun Academy helped to snatch array formation cards and then handed them to the late-stage Level 9 students. This way, it would greatly increase the chances of the late-stage Level 9 students entering the top 10. If that was really the case, then it meant that this late-stage Level 9 student from Purple Sun Academy had quite a few array formation cards. Yixing naturally perked up and chased after them. Lu Jiaocai was very happy. Just now, the other group from Purple Sun Academy handed over 8 array formation cards to him. On the other hand, the team he led had snatched 29 array formation cards. Now, he had 38 array formation cards on him. If he snatched a few more array formation cards, his chances of entering the top 10 were very high. Lu Jiaocai was certain that the peak level 9 He Liani would enter the top 10. If he also entered the top 10, then there would be 2 students from Purple Sun Academy in the top 10. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the top 10, Lu Jiaocai was naturally very happy. Senior apprentice brother Lu, there's someone in front. The middle stage level 9 Yoda, Shan, suddenly pointed forward. Lu Jiaocai's gaze followed Yoda, Shan's direction. Indeed, a few hundred meters ahead, a person's back was facing them, blocking their path. Only peak level 8. Senior apprentice brother Lu, we can snatch another array formation card. Yoda Shan said excitedly. Let's go. Lu Jiaocai chuckled and waved his hand forward. I opened this road, I planted this tree. If you dare to come here, leave behind your array formation card. Yixing said, slowly turning around. A mere peak level 8 actually dared to ask them to leave behind their array formation cards. Lu Jiaocai and the other 4 were all enraged. When Yixing turned around and saw Yixing's face clearly, the 5 were both angry and amused. Yoda Shan said disdainfully, I was wondering who dared to block our path. So it's a trash student from a trash school like you. Lu Jiaocai's eyes spat out flames of fury. Zhenxiang Temple died at your hands. Yixing nodded. He wanted to die, so I fulfilled his wish. Lu Jiaocai snorted angrily. Deshan, don't worry about anything. Just kill him. Although he was furious, Lu Jiaocai clearly didn't think much of Yixing and didn't attack personally. Yoda Shan walked out, his expression cold. Kid, you should be the last remaining of Mount Zishan School. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoda Shan's figure shot towards Yixing like an arrow, like a lion hunting a rabbit. Supreme level martial art. Furious Lion Fist. Yoda Shan punched out instantly, his powerful aura almost condensing into the shadow of a furious lion. Light bloomed from his fist, condensing into an extremely terrifying inner strength, forming a huge fist shadow. A mid-9th level 9 full force attack was overwhelming and terrifying. To a peak level 8 martial artist, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. However, Yixing's eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His expression was still calm as he faced his opponent's fist and pointed out a finger. Yixing's palm instantly glowed with a golden light, and the inner strength condensed into a huge shadow of a finger. Supreme level martial art, heavenly annihilation finger. Yoda Shan sneered. His cultivation was much higher than Yixing's. In terms of inner strength, he would definitely win. In terms of martial arts, he had mastered supreme level martial arts and had reached the realm of great success. Yixing dared to use his finger to block his fist. He was simply courting death. However, he didn't know that in Yixing's eyes, he was also vulnerable. In terms of inner strength, Yixing's Origin Restoration Force had reached the 6th level, which was comparable to a late-stage level 9. In terms of martial arts attainment, his Heavenly Annihilation Finger was at the level of perfection. In terms of physical strength, his invincible golden body was at the level of great success. No matter in which aspect, he could crush his opponent. When all 3 aspects were combined, it was even more crushing. Bang! With a loud explosion, Yoda Shan screamed. A bloody hole was almost poked in his fist, and the terrifying power instantly sent him flying. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today, I will do my best to explode. At least 3 chapters, and strive for 4. Chapter 155. Lu Jiaocai and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't know Yixing's strength, but a peak LV8 sent a mid-stage LV9 flying with one finger. This was too shocking. Yoda Shan felt his blood boiling, and his organs were twisted into a ball. He felt a sharp pain. While flying, Yoda Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. As long as one had an array token, they wouldn't be transported to the 100 illusion array. Hence, Yixing wasn't in a hurry to snatch their array tokens. They would throw them out crying later. Yoda Shan flew for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His hands were on the ground as he struggled, but he couldn't get up for a while. Senior Brother Yoda, 2 students at the peak of level 8 hurriedly ran towards Yoda Shan. As for Lu Jiaocai, his eyes were filled with shock and fear as he stared at Yixing. Even he could not defeat Yoda Shan in one move. With a faint smile on his face, Yixing walked toward Lu Jiaocai step by step. Lu Jiaocai drew his sword and pointed it at Yixing with a grave expression. Yixing chuckled. "Aren't I a trash student from a trash school? What are you afraid of? Are you worse than trash?" Lu Jiaocai's face turned green. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" Yixing smiled disdainfully. "You're afraid of me. Bullsh asterisk T." Lu Jiaocai's face turned red. "I'm afraid of you? Take this." Swoosh! Lu Jiaocai's sword moved like a curtain. The sword light shrouded Yixing's supreme-grade martial art, Drizzle Sword Technique. This move, Drizzle Sword Technique, was really like rain. It was obvious that Lu Jiaocai's swordsmanship was extremely profound. The Drizzle Sword Technique was at least at the phenomenal stage. With such terrifying swordsmanship, Yoda Shan took 3 strikes from Lu Jiaocai. However, while Yoda Shan couldn't withstand 3 strikes from Yixing, Yixing couldn't even withstand a single finger from Yoda Shan. Facing the sword light, Yixing remained calm. Yixing clenched his fingers into a fist and faced the sword light that filled the sky. Instead of advancing, he retreated and punched out with both fists. In an instant, there were countless fist shadows. High-grade martial art, 1,000 shadows fist. Dang, 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 dang. A series of explosions rang out. Each of Lu Jiaocai's sword strikes was repelled by Yixing's fists. Yixing's physical body was strong, and he was protected by a thick inner force. Even if the sword in Lu Jiaocai's hand was a top-grade mortal weapon, it could not hurt him at all. Drizzle sword art. The sword was like a drizzle, densely packed. This was a martial art that relied on speed and quantity to achieve victory. However, Yixing's 1,000 Shadows fist was not any slower than his opponent's, and the number of moves was not any less than his opponent's. In fact, it was even better. After Yixing broke through the sword light that filled the sky, there were still a few fist shadows that continued to bombard Lu Jiaocai. Lu Jiaocai was shocked. He retreated and changed from offense to defense. He used the Drizzle Siege. The sword light became denser and surrounded him like a city wall, completely protecting his body. Yixing strode forward like an unstoppable flood. He changed his fist technique and turned 1,000 punches into one punch. High-grade martial art, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yixing's fist struck out, connecting with the power of heaven and earth. It was like an overbearing giant dragon rushing out. At this moment, Yixing's figure was nowhere to be seen in Lu Jiaocai's eyes. There was no fist either. There was only a giant dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. Clang, 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 clang. In the face of absolute power, any defense was futile. Lu Jiaocai's Drizzle Siege collapsed instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dense sword light shattered into nothingness. Only a long sword was left, blocking Yixing's fist. Clang! There was an explosion, and the sword in Lu Jiaocai's hand was bent. He felt a terrifying force coming at him, and his body flew backward involuntarily. Although his defense was much higher than Yoda Shan's, his chi and blood were in turmoil. It was very uncomfortable. Take another punch from me. Yixing roared and used the four-directional steps. His body flashed, and he was almost faster than Lu Jiatsai's retreating speed. He threw another punch. It was still the tyrant dragon fist. Lu Jiatsai looked at the overbearing giant dragon charging at him. His expression turned to horror. He knew that he couldn't take this punch. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, Lu Jiatsai threw out all the formation cards he had. A white light enveloped him, and he disappeared. He was very straightforward. He decisively threw away the formation cards and was eliminated from the 100 Illusions formation. Yixing's punch missed, but he was delighted to see a large number of formation cards floating in the air. He scanned them with his super brain and found that there were 38 of them. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had all 38 formation cards in his hand. Including his 54 cards, Yixing had a total of 92 formation cards. Entering the top 10 was a given. Yixing looked at Yodashan and the other two not far away. They still had 3 formation cards on them. If he took them, he would have 95. Although he could guarantee a spot in the top 10 with 70 or so cards, Yixing didn't want to let go of any of the formation cards on Guantian and Purple Sun students. Seeing Yixing walking towards them step by step, Yodashan and the other two had a bitter look on their faces. They also threw out their formation cards. Even Lu Jiatsai was defeated by Yixing. The three of them knew that they couldn't escape from Yixing's hands. The sooner they handed over their formation cards, the less they would be beaten up. Outside the 100 Illusions formation, Marquis of Purple Sun's face was extremely gloomy. He and Marquis Guantian had been waiting for Yixing to be eliminated. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Yixing. In the end, 5 students from Purple Sun College were eliminated. That wasn't all. Not long after, another 4 students from Purple Sun College were eliminated. This time, even Lu Jiatsai, who was in the late 9th stage, was eliminated. In Marquis Zi Yang's expectation, Lu Jiatsai was supposed to enter the top 10. However, he was eliminated and didn't even enter the top 300. 9 out of the 10 students from Purple Sun College had been eliminated. Only Liani was left. Marquis Purple Sun was so angry that his face turned green. Who was it that eliminated you from the formation? Although Marquis Purple Sun had already guessed the result based on the 5 people eliminated previously, and there was a 99% chance that it was Yixing, he still wanted to hear another answer from Lu Jiatsai. Because if it was Yixing who eliminated Lu Jiatsai and the rest, it meant that Yixing had the ability to fight with a peak 9th layer martial artist. This was definitely not what Marquis Purple Sun wanted to see. Marquis Guantian also raised his spirits and pricked up his ears. He also wanted to hear another answer. Unfortunately, the truth was already decided. Lu Jiatsai said with a face full of shame, It's Yixing." Thinking back to how they mocked Yixing as a trash student from a trash school, Lu Jiatsai and the rest were eliminated by Yixing. This made them feel ashamed. Marquis Purple Sun frowned and waved his sleeves gloomily at Lu Jiatsai and the rest. He was too lazy to ask anymore. This little bastard. Marquis Guantian gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Of course, he was very unhappy. Lu Jiatsai had been eliminated by Yixing. This meant that their late 9th layer student, He Hongguang, would also be in danger if he encountered Yixing. It had to be said that Marquis Guantian's premonition was very accurate. After Yixing obtained Lu Jiatsai and the rest, he walked for about 30 miles and found He Hongguang. He Hongguang was the same as Lu Jiatsai, completely disregarding Yixing, who was at the peak of 8th layer. His outcome was naturally the same as Lu Jiatsai's. In just 3 moves, he was already injured by Yixing. Before Yixing could strike viciously, he threw out his formation card and was eliminated from the 100 Illusion formation. Although He Hongguang did not have as many formation cards as Lu Jiatsai, he still had 29. This made Yixing's formation cards reach a total of 121. 121 formation cards. This was not just the top 10, it was the rhythm of taking first place. Of course, the final ranking was not based on the number of formation cards. Therefore, as long as one entered the top 10 in the first round, it was fine. 1st and 10th were the same. Ziyang Academy and Guantian Academy only have one peak 9th layer student left. Although I have enough formation cards, I will eliminate as many of you as I can. I will strive to eliminate all of you. Yixing thought to himself and continued to search for his target. At this time, Marquis Guantian was like Marquis Xiang, so angry that his face turned green. He Hongguang was eliminated, and Guantian Academy also eliminated 9. Zishan Academy also eliminated 9. The 3 academies could be considered equal in this aspect. However, in the eyes of Marquis Guantian and Marquis Zhang, Zishan Academy obviously could not be compared to Guantian and Ziyang Academies. In their eyes, Zishan Academy was completely eliminated, and their students were all accepted as disciples. This was also a normal result. Therefore, Marquis Guantian and Marquis Zhang were incomparably angry at this change, and resentment accumulated in their hearts. On the other hand, Marquis Zishan had been calm and composed all along. Outsiders could see the bearing and spirit of the 3 at a glance. The number of eliminated people was increasing, and it was already close to 700 people. It would not be long before the first round of selection was completely over. Yixing could roughly guess that there was not much time left for the first round of selection, and martial artists in the 100 illusion formation were already very rare. He had to find the peak 9th layer students of Guantian and Ziyang academies as soon as possible. By now, most of the students had already gone into hiding. Only those who had the ambition to fight for the top 10 were still wandering around. As peak 9th layer students, they would not go to the extent of hiding. Therefore, Yixing still had the confidence to find them. In the distance, Yixing found another group of familiar people. Chu Jingyue, Chu Jingnan, and a total of 5 people. With Chu Jingyue, the violent woman with abnormal combat strength, their team was naturally unstoppable. They swept through everything in their way. Although Yixing would definitely meet Chu Jingyue in the top 10 matches of the second round of selection, Yixing did not want to meet her again in the 100 illusion formation. Otherwise, she would definitely flip out. Yixing saw the other party from afar, but the other party could not discover him. Yixing avoided them from afar. In the end, because he avoided Chu Jingyue and the others, he changed his direction. Not long after, Yixing saw another student of Ziyang Academy. Naturally, it was that peak 9th layer student, Hiliani. Kill you, then kill the other one, and it will be a success. Yixing's eyes lit up, and he dashed toward Hiliani. 7 votes away from breaking 100 votes this month. Can you break it? Chapter 156. Third update. Third update. When Hiliani saw Yixing walking towards him, he stopped in his tracks, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. He did not know that the other 9 students of Ziyang Academy had already been eliminated by Yixing. When Yixing approached, the surprise on Hiliani's face had already disappeared, leaving only a cold smile. You dare to come after seeing me, Hiliani. You're quite bold. Yixing was also extremely disdainful of Hiliani's arrogant expression. He was only at the peak of rank 9. Not to mention that he was not a martial saint. He was not even a half-step martial saint. It was as if Hiliani was an incredible expert. In Yixing's opinion, this was a kind of illness that needed to be treated. Yixing looked at Hiliani calmly. I came for you. For me? Hiliani's face revealed a slightly exaggerated, disdainful smile. Should I say that you were bold? Or an idiot? Or an idiot? 4 directional steps. Yixing's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Hiliani. Slap. Yixing's right hand clenched together and slapped towards Hiliani's face. To treat this kind of illness, one had to slap the face. Yixing's speed was beyond Hiliani's expectations. Moreover, it was a sudden attack. Hiliani realized that he could not avoid Yixing's slap, causing him to be greatly shocked. Yixing's slap was so fast that Hiliani did not have time to draw his sword and counterattack. He could only lean back, but he still could not avoid Yixing's slap. At the same time Hiliani leaned back, his right leg kicked up like lightning. If Yixing's slap landed, he would also be kicked in the chin. Yi Xing had been forced to stop by this internecine battle. However, Yi Xing seemed to have expected Li Yin's reaction. His other hand pressed down, hitting the leg that was kicked up. Slap! A loud and clear sound rang out. For bright red fingerprints appeared on Li Yin's face. Although he leaned back a certain distance, half of his palm was still hit by Yi Xing's slap. At the same time, Yi Xing retreated like a ghost, leaving behind an afterimage. Clang! At this moment, Li Yin finally drew his sword and slashed out a dazzling white sword chi. The sword chi was so sharp that it instantly split the air in front of it into two halves. Moreover, it was like a dazzling white light that slashed into the distance. Unfortunately, the sword chi only hit a string of afterimages of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's body had already dodged to the side, and the sword chi missed. My hands hurt. My... Helian Yi's eyes turned red in an instant. His fury reached the heavens. He was actually slapped by a level 8 martial artist. This was simply outrageous. Li Yin had never been humiliated like this. I'm going to kill you. Li Yin roared word by word. While roaring, Li Yin had already rushed toward Yi Xing. His figure completely disappeared. Only a ball of dazzling sword chi shot out. Extreme martial art, rainstorm sword technique. Drizzle sword technique and rainstorm sword technique. One was gentle and the other was violent. In terms of attack power, rainstorm sword technique was much fiercer than drizzle sword technique. Dark clouds cover. Li Yin jumped up. The sword chi was like a curtain. Like a dark cloud covering the head, he attacked Yi Xing. Li Yin's rainstorm sword technique had already gone far in the great success realm. Its attainment far surpassed Lu Jiatsai's drizzle sword technique. Under the cover of this dark cloud, there was already a force of heaven and earth. That terrifying sword force multiplied the power of this move. Even Yi Xing could not be underestimated. Upper-grade martial art, Thousand Shadows Fist. Yi Xing waved both his arms and executed the Thousand Shadows Fist to the stage of perfection. Layers of fist shadows soared into the sky and blocked the dark cloud that covered the sky. Seeing that Yi Xing was actually able to block his sword move in a head-on battle, this made Li Yin even more surprised. Yi Xing's strong point was not only his fast movement technique. His strength was completely qualified to fight with him. This made Li Yin even more irritated. Thunder and lightning flash. Li Yin roared again. The rainstorm sword technique first had dark clouds, then lightning, and finally a rainstorm. This sword technique itself paid attention to the force of heaven and earth. The more it was executed, the stronger its power. As Li Yin's move changed, the blade of the sword slashed out like lightning. It brought along a series of thunderous sounds, shocking people's hearts. Every sword strike was accompanied by a clap of thunder and a bolt of lightning. The power was extremely terrifying. Origin Restoration Force. The Origin Restoration Force in Yi Xing's body exploded and condensed into two palms. Two balls of dazzling light appeared in the center of his palms and slapped out towards the opponent's sword. Boom, 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 boom. The sword and palm collided, producing a series of explosive sounds. The power was appalling and spread out for several miles. Within the radius of several miles, several students who were hiding heard the noise and came out from their hiding places to watch from afar. Li Yin was an influential figure among the students who participated in the selection this time. Among the 1,050 people, there were a total of 4 people who were at the peak of the 9th rank. Naturally, all the students recognized him. Seeing a martial artist of the 8th rank fighting against Li Yin, who was at the peak of the 9th rank, the spectators from afar were all dumbfounded. After the terrifying explosion, Li Yin's thunder and lightning flash was once again blocked by Yi Xing. It was still useless. 2 consecutive moves were not able to harm Yi Xing at all. Instead, he was the one who was slapped by Yi Xing at the beginning. The contrast between the two made Li Yin unable to restrain his anger. The third move, Rainstorm Downpour, die for me. Li Yin roared loudly, and his attacks became even fiercer. The first two moves, dark clouds gathering and thunder and lightning flash, were all moves that gathered momentum. The power was slightly stronger than the later moves. When it came to the third move, rainstorm downpour, the momentum gathered by the first two moves finally erupted. Heliene waved the sword in his hand, and sword light poured out like a torrential rain. It was really like a torrential rain pouring down. The power was much stronger than the gentle drizzle sword technique by a large margin. At this moment, Yi Xing activated his super brain scanning mode. The opponent was getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on. Yi Xing was too lazy to drag on with the opponent. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. In an instant, Yi Xing found several flaws in Heliene's sword moves. The rainstorm sword technique did not have many moves, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Although Heliene's attainments were very far from the realm of great success, it was still not the realm of perfection. The further the moves progressed, the more flaws there would be. Under the scanning of Yi Xing's superbrain, none of the flaws could escape Yi Xing's eyes. Moreover, they would be magnified by a lot. Although there were flaws in the other party's moves, the accumulated momentum had exploded, and the flaws were covered by such a terrifying attack. It was impossible to easily break the other party's moves through these flaws. If the attack power was too weak, before you could break the opponent's flaws, you would already be defeated by the opponent's terrifying attacks. Therefore, although there were many flaws in Heliene's sword moves, it was not something that an ordinary person could break. It just so happened that Yi Xing was not an ordinary person. Tyrant Flood Dragon transforming into dragon. Yi Xing roared and used the ultimate move of the Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist. The Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist, in the realm of perfection, did not need to accumulate momentum. Every punch had a boundless momentum that was connected to the heaven and earth. Yi Xing punched out with both of his fists. His arms were like flood dragons soaring into the sky as he carried out the ultimate leap. He wanted to transform into a true dragon with an extremely surging explosive force. In Heliene's eyes, Yi Xing's two fists had turned into two giant flood dragons. They were incomparably overbearing. Suddenly, the giant flood dragon turned from one horn to two horns. The scales on its body were also instantly dazzling like a true dragon. The power of the fists multiplied. Boom! Yi Xing's Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist had reached its peak. The power of the fist covered the sky. It was powerful and terrifying. It just happened to attack the flaw in the opponent's sword move. The accumulated momentum of the rainstorm was directly dispersed by Yi Xing's fist power. There was no longer any rainstorm, thunder, lightning, or dark clouds. Under the Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist, the world was clear and bright. The sword move was broken, and the sword power instantly turned into nothingness. However, Yi Xing's terrifying fist power continued forward without any decrease in power. The treasured sword in Heliene's hand was instantly knocked aside by Yi Xing's fist. Bang! One fist knocked away the treasured sword, while the other landed unimpeded on Heliene's chest. Puff! Heliene immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly retreated backward and was sent flying by Yi Xing's fist. Under such a fist power, Heliene's blood and chi were surging. It almost flowed in reverse. His internal organs were greatly shaken, and he felt bursts of intense pain. He was already severely injured. In the distance, the spectating students were all dumbfounded. Which school's expert was this? He was only at the 8th stage of the star-tempering realm, but he actually sent Heliene flying while spitting blood. Could his combat strength be any more abnormal? The other students didn't know, but the few students who saw Yi Xing beat Heliene to the point of spitting blood knew that a big dark horse would appear in the Falling Star Sect's disciple recruitment this time. Heliene was defeated, so the array card would definitely be taken away. Even a peak 9-stage martial artist was eliminated and couldn't enter the top 300. Who knew how shocked the people outside would be? Yi Xing walked step by step toward Heliene. He seemed to be very slow, but he arrived in front of Heliene in just 2 steps. Seeing that Yi Xing's fist was gathering inner strength and was about to launch an attack, Liani coughed out a mouthful of blood and threw out his array card at the same time. Since he was defeated, he couldn't keep his array card. He would just suffer a little more and be beaten up a little more. He might as well be a little more free and easy. After Liani lost his array card, his body was instantly enveloped by a white light and disappeared. Yixing kept all the array cards that Liani threw out. He had a lot of array cards on him, a total of 71. If he didn't meet Yixing, this guy would definitely enter the top 10. Yixing had 121 array cards on him. With the addition of these 71 cards, he had a total of 192 array cards. This number wasn't small at all. He had obtained about 1/5 of the total. In terms of the number of array cards, he was most likely first. However, Yixing still wanted to find a 9th Heaven Peak student from Sky Crown Academy and eliminate him as well, eliminating him from the competition. If that was the case, then the number of formation tokens on Yixing's body would really shock everyone. Unfortunately, just when he had this thought, a loud and clear voice suddenly sounded and resounded in the ears of all the students in the 100 Illusion Array. The 750 eliminated students have all been eliminated. The first round of selection is over. All the students in the array stop all activities. After the countdown of 3, they will all be teleported out of the array. 3, 2, 1. There's a 4th update tonight. Fight! Chapter 157. 4th update. 4th update. Outside the 100 Illusions Array, Liani's face was full of humiliation, and he didn't dare to look at Marquis Xiang's face. Marquis Xiang was trembling with anger. The first round of selection had already eliminated 749 people, and it was about to end. But the last person to be eliminated was actually the only remaining member of the Xiang Academy. Liani, with a cultivation at the peak of the 9th level, he was actually eliminated at the last moment. Was there still justice in this? Who was it? Who eliminated you? Marquis Xiang roared in a low voice. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he absolutely didn't dare to believe that it was the truth. Marquis, it's Yixing. Liani's voice was trembling, and his body was also trembling. He was afraid that Marquis Xiang would suddenly slap him to death. Boom! Marquis Xiang only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Although he had already expected it, when he heard Liani say it, Marquis Xiang still found it hard to accept. His chest felt as if it was heavily punched by someone. Even his breathing became stifled, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. As one of the 3 Supreme Academies, Xiang Academy had never been completely wiped out in the Falling Star Sect's disciple selection since its establishment. This was the first time. Previously, he even mocked Mount Zishan Academy for being completely wiped out, and even gave the order to completely wipe out Mount Zishan Academy. In the end, all the students of his Xiang Academy were completely wiped out by Yixing from Mount Zishan Academy. How could this not cause Marquis Xiang to tremble with anger? Even Marquis Guantian, who was at the side, was trembling with anger. 9 people from their Guantian Academy had also been eliminated by Yixing. Only Li Xiaoyuan, who was at the peak of the 9th level, was left. But the problem was that Liani was eliminated by Yixing. If Li Xiaoyuan were to encounter Yixing in the second round of the top 10 competition, would he be a match for him? This was where Marquis Guantian suffered the most. His Guantian Academy, one of the 3 Supreme Academies, had the student with the highest cultivation being defeated by the student of the trashiest academy. He couldn't afford to lose face. Now, he could understand Marquis Xiang's feelings. Marquis Xiang and Marquis Guantian were infuriated, while Zishan Ho, who was not far away, was as calm as ever. At this moment, outside the 100 Illusions formation, a large area of light flickered. The 300 people who had won the first round of the selection were collectively teleported out. The gazes of Marquis Xiang and Marquis Guantian sharpened as they searched for Yixing very quickly. Their gazes landed on Yixing, sensing the gazes of the 2 peak martial sages. Yixing turned his head back to look at them. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face, as if he was mocking them. This made Marquis Xiang and Marquis Guanyang gnash their teeth in hatred. Soon, the disciples of the Falling Star sect took away the registration badges of the 300 selected students. From now on, these 300 people would no longer be students of the various academies, but outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. Gong Yang Xian stood on the high platform and pressed his hands together, causing the crowd to fall silent. Congratulations to the 300 selected juniors. From now on, you will be outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. The Falling Star sect will be your new home, and your home for the rest of your life. The Falling Star sect will focus on nurturing you, so that you will be able to achieve great things. Most of the students felt their blood boiling after hearing this, especially those who had been selected. As for those who had been eliminated, their eyes were filled with envy and hope. Actually, Gong Yangxian's words were just official words. Although they sounded nice, they could not be taken seriously. It was true that the Falling Star sect would focus on nurturing outer disciples, but it was impossible for them to focus on nurturing them. For the Falling Star sect, only inner disciples who had become martial sages were the true backup. Outer disciples? Apart from disciples who had the potential to become martial sages, outer disciples were not important at all. They would not affect the strength and future of the Falling Star sect. As such, it was better for outer disciples with martial sages with heavenly destinies, as they would definitely become martial sages in the future and enter the inner disciples. As for outer disciples with ordinary destinies, the Falling Star sect could not afford to nurture them well. After entering the Falling Star sect, most of the ordinary outer disciples would do odd jobs. The outer disciples of martial sages with heavenly destinies had already entered the Falling Star sect through the direct recruitment a few days ago. Right now, everyone here was of ordinary destinies. Even if they passed the selection and became an outer disciple, they would only have a chance to learn the spiritual martial inheritance. Wanted to be focused on nurturing them? Dream on. Of course, this did not stop the students from wanting to become outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. Learning the spiritual martial inheritance was the biggest reason. No matter how high one's talent was, one would need a martial technique to succeed. Even if one had martial sages with heavenly destinies, without a martial technique, they would not be able to become martial sages. Even geniuses with martial sages with heavenly destinies needed the spiritual martial inheritance. Naturally, ordinary martial sages with heavenly destinies needed it even more. Only by learning the spiritual martial inheritance would one have the hope of becoming martial sages. If one did not enter the Falling Star sect, they would not be able to become martial sages. Although there were martial sages with spiritual martial inheritances in the Jianghu, they could not compare to the spiritual martial inheritances of the Falling Star sect. Furthermore, the spiritual martial inheritances of the Wandering Star sect were not suitable for everyone. Therefore, they were destined to be limited. It would be good if they could take in a few disciples in their lifetime. They would not be able to spread their skills and form a big faction. If they could not form a big faction, they would not have the power to fight against the Falling Star sect. Without power, they would not be able to compete for resources. And resources were very important for cultivation. Therefore, the limitations of the Wandering Star sect were too great. Unless they were forced to or under special circumstances, no one would be willing to become a disciple of a Falling Star sect. Everyone wanted to become a disciple of a Falling Star sect. In order to become a martial sages, the younger generation of the Falling Star Kingdom racked their brains trying to enter the Falling Star sect. Unfortunately, the Falling Star sect was not willing to focus on nurturing ordinary martial sages. In addition, their resources were limited. Naturally, they could not accept everyone. Every time they accepted ordinary martial sages, they limited the number of ordinary martial sages to 300. However, since they had accepted them as disciples, even if they were not focused on nurturing them, they still had to give them a chance. Therefore, the Falling Star sect still took out some resources to reward the top 10. After entering the Falling Star sect, if one entered the top 10 among all the outer disciples, the rewards would be even more generous. Those were resources that only the martial sages and martial sages could enjoy. However, Ordinary martial sages could also fight for it, as long as they had the ability. This was absolutely fair. For the top 10 disciples in this selection, the Falling Star sect will reward them handsomely. Next, I will announce the list of the top 10 disciples. Get ready for the ranking battle. Gong Yongxian's voice continued to ring out. The scene instantly became lively. Who did not want the rewards of the Falling Star sect? Regardless of whether it was the disciples who had been selected or those who had been eliminated, most of them were whispering to each other and discussing animatedly. They were even more envious of the top 10 disciples. Gong Yongxian held a list and announced loudly. 10th place, Zishui Academy, Song Xuan, late 9th rank, 40 array cards. 9th place, Heavy Mountain Academy, Bao Zipping, late 9th rank, 41 array cards. 8th place, Nanhua Academy, Chao Xingchong, late 9th rank, 43 array cards. 7th place, Sichuan Academy, Song Yuanming, late 9th rank, 47 array cards. 6th place, Jianyuan Academy, Zhang Yongxin, late 9th rank, 52 array cards. 5th place, Guangyuan Academy, by Maowen, late 9th rank, 55 array cards. 4th place, East Lake Academy, Chu Jingyue, mid 9th rank, 56 array cards. When the 5th to 10th place was announced, the crowd was silent. No one made a sound. However, when Gong Yongxian announced that Chu Jingyue, who was in 4th place, was only at mid 9th rank, there was an immediate uproar. Not only did she obtain more array cards than all the late 9th rank disciples, but even by Maowen, who was at the peak of the Falling Star sect, was ranked behind her. This indeed surprised many people. However, this was only a ranking based on the number of array cards and not the final ranking. The final ranking was based on strength. In terms of strength, Chu Jingyue, who was in mid 9th rank, could also be ranked 4th. It would be shocking if she surpassed the peak of the Falling Star sect. Gong Yongxian was not affected by the crowd's exclamations and continued to read the list. 3rd place, Crown Academy, Li Xiaoyuan, peak of the Falling Star sect, 71 array cards. 2nd place, Capital Academy, Wen Tongfeng, peak of the Falling Star sect, 99 array cards. When Gong Yongxian read to this point, before he even announced the 1st place, many people quivered. They suddenly thought of something shocking, causing all the hair on their bodies to stand on end. They were surprised to find that in the top 10, by Maowen, Li Xiaoyuan, and Wen Tongfeng, who were at the peak of the Falling Star sect, had already come out. The other peak of the Falling Star sect was Helian Yi from Ziyang Academy, who had been eliminated in advance. In other words, the 1st place was not a peak of the Falling Star sect. Then who was it? Except for a few people who knew that it was Yi Xing, most people did not know and were shocked. Who on earth had obtained more array cards than the 3 peak of the Falling Star sect? Suddenly, the whole place quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gong Yongxian, waiting for him to announce the 1st place. After Gong Yongxian announced the 2nd place, he paused and looked surprised. Obviously, he was also surprised by the 1st place. After a few breaths, Gong Yongxian continued. 1st place, Zishan Academy, Yi Xing, peak of the Falling Star sect, 192 array cards. After Gong Yongxian announced, there was an uproar below. Even the marquises were shocked and could not help but talk about it. Among the 105 marquises present, there were not many who were close to Zishan Ho, Ziyang Ho, and Sky Crown Marquis. Most of them were far away, so they did not know Yi Xing. However, they knew Zishan Academy well. Although Zishan Ho had recently shown great strength and was very popular, Zishan Academy was the last academy. The strongest student in the academy was only at the star-tempering realm level 8. However, how could Yi Xing, who was only at the star-tempering realm level 8, be so powerful and take 1st place? Even if the 1st place was not included in the final result, 192 array cards were enough to shock everyone. In an instant, the name Yi Xing was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Chapter 158. Yi Xing rubbed his chin. He did not expect that his array formation card would be so much better than the second place. However, the first place was useless. The sex rewards were not distributed according to the number of array formation cards, but according to one's strength. Therefore, if he wanted to get the reward that would allow him to break through level 9 of the Star Tempering Realm quickly, he had to get the first place in the top 10 ranking matches. Yi Xing clenched his fists. He had to get the first place. He had been in the Star Continent for more than 9 months, which meant that he had less than 3 months left before he turned 17. If he wanted to become a martial saint before the age of 17, he only had 3 months left. Therefore, the earlier he broke through the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, the higher his chances of becoming a martial saint before the age of 17. The reward for the top 10 were divided into different levels. The reward for the top 10 were one level. The rewards for the top 4 were another level. The reward for the top 3 were another level. Therefore, the rankings did not need to be clear. However, the reward for the top 10, top 3, top 5, and top 5 would be given out. First was the battle for the top 5. According to the usual practice, the one with the higher cultivation would fight the one with the lower cultivation. Therefore, 3 peak LV9 cultivators and 2 late LV9 cultivators were divided into a group and matched with the other 5 randomly. Soon, Gong Yang Xian announced the results. The first round, Wen Tongfang versus Chao Xingchang. The second round, Li Xiaoyuan versus Yi Xing. The third round, Bai Maowen versus Song Yuanming. The fourth round, Jiang Yongxin versus Zhang Xiwen. The fifth round, Bao Ziping versus Chu Jinghua. Yi Xing could not help but smile when he saw that his opponent was Li Xiaoyuan from the Sky Crown Academy. Li Xiaoyuan's face also showed a ruthless expression. Yi Xing's cultivation was merely at the peak LV8 LV9, and he was a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, which was a trashy academy. However, he had obtained so many array formation cards and was ranked first. This made Li Xiaoyuan very unhappy. Now that he was facing Yi Xing, he could defeat Yi Xing to vent his anger. As soon as Li Xiaoyuan left the 100 Illusions array, he was among the 300 candidates. He hadn't had the time to interact with the others from Crown Sky Academy, so he didn't know that Yi Xing's array tokens were mostly taken from the students of Purple Sun Academy and Crown Sky Academy. If he knew that He Liani was eliminated by Yi Xing, he would definitely not have such thoughts after knowing that his opponent was Yi Xing's Sky Crown Marquis. A student of Sky Crown Academy had a solemn expression when he found out that Li Xiaoyuan's opponent was Yi Xing. They naturally knew that Yi Xing was an extremely strong opponent. Otherwise, Ziyang Academy wouldn't have been completely annihilated in this election. As for the students of Purple Mountain Academy, although other than Yi Xing, all 9 of them had been eliminated, Yi Xing had entered the top 10 with the highest number of array formation cards. This made them very excited. They all knew that the students of Ziyang Academy had been eliminated by Yi Xing, so they naturally looked forward to seeing Yi Xing defeat Cheng Xiaoyuan as well. Zishan Ho's expression was as usual. Even if he knew that Yi Xing had the highest number of array formation cards, there was no change in his expression. With his state of mind, even a little bit of joy and sadness would not show on his face. However, he was still very happy in his heart. After the 5 battles were arranged, the battles immediately began. The first battle was between Wen Tongfang and Chao Xingchang. The 2 of them quickly ended their battle. Wen Tongfang's strength was clearly higher than Chao Xingchang's by a level. In less than 10 moves, he defeated Chao Xingchang and was the first to enter the top 5. The second battle was between Li Xiaoyuan and Yi Xing. Everyone's spirit was raised. Their eyes were bright and full of expression as they focused on this battle. Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level, but he had the highest number of array formation cards. They all wanted to know what kind of strength Yi Xing had to be able to snatch so many array formation cards. Yi Xing's expression was calm. His aura was steady like a deep abyss. As for Li Xiaoyuan, his expression was somewhat dignified. There was surprise in his eyes, as well as a trace of fear. Li Xiaoyuan had already received a transmission from Marquis Crown. Marquis Crown told him not to be careless. Ziyang Academy's He Liani had been defeated by Yi Xing and eliminated from the 100 Illusion formation. Li Xiaoyuan was very clear about He Liani. He knew that the latter's strength was not below his. He Liani was actually eliminated from the 100 Illusion formation by Yi Xing. This greatly surprised Li Xiaoyuan and shocked him. After knowing how powerful Yi Xing was, Li Xiaoyuan naturally became afraid of Yi Xing Clang. As soon as he went on stage, Li Xiaoyuan unsheathed his treasured saber and faced Yi Xing as if he was facing a great enemy. Li Xiaoyuan's actions puzzled many people who were not clear about the situation. Did a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level need to be so nervous in front of a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level, as if he was facing a great enemy? When Gongyang Xian announced the start of the battle, Li Xiaoyuan did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he adopted a defensive saber stance and stared at Yi Xing with all his attention. Even Yi Xing was a little surprised by his opponent's degree of caution, not to mention those spectators who were not clear about the situation. They were all confused, thinking in their hearts, is this peak of the 8th level Yi Xing so scary? His opponent was defending with all his strength. Yi Xing naturally would not waste time with him, so he could only take the initiative to attack. High-grade martial art, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yi Xing took a large step forward. In an instant, his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. From steadiness to sharpness, from sharpness to overbearingness, he punched towards Li Xiaoyuan. Boom! The power of the fist covered the sky. With the flash of the fist, there was a loud explosion. Li Xiaoyuan's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, Yi Xing was infinitely magnified at this moment, turning into a roaring, overbearing dragon that rushed towards him. Even though Li Xiaoyuan's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level, and his aura was surging and his willpower was firm, he could not help but be affected. Under Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Fist, he was defeated. Kill! Li Xiaoyuan shouted fiercely and stabilized his mind. He forced himself to wake up from the illusion of the oppressive aura and slashed out with his saber. Mountain-breaking saber technique. With a slash of the saber, it could split mountains and cut mountains. What he wanted was an indomitable spirit. Clang! The saber blade and Yi Xing's fist collided, and there was a loud explosion. The strength of the body refining technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The treasured saber in Li Xiaoyuan's hand was a top-grade mortal weapon, but Yi Xing could use his flesh to collide head-on. Although inner strength was a big reason, a strong physical body was even more important. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level who had not cultivated a top-grade body refining technique to the large success stage, even if their inner strength was stronger than Yi Xing's, they would not dare to use their flesh to fight against a top-grade mortal weapon. In the midst of the explosion, Yi Xing's posture was like a mountain. On the other hand, the treasured saber in Li Xiaoyuan's hand rebounded and buzzed. His body leaned back, and he could not help but take a step back. The mountain-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will. However, Li Xiaoyuan focused on defense. His defense was sufficient, but his offense was insufficient. Naturally, this saber strike could not block Yi Xing's Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist. The Tyrant Dragon Fist emphasized the word tyrant. It used great momentum and boldness to crush the opponent. Now that Li Xiaoyuan's body was retreating, his defense instantly showed signs of collapsing. Yi Xing naturally struck while the iron was hot. The Tyrant Dragon Fist blasted out again, and the overbearing fist rushed straight at Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan took a step back, and his momentum weakened. Under the pressure of Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Fist, it was impossible for him to gather his momentum again. He could only continue to weaken under the impact of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Clang! The second time the saber and the fist collided, Yi Xing was as still as a mountain, while Li Xiaoyuan took 3 steps back. There was a clear difference between the power of the first saber and the first saber. This was the difference between saber moves. Li Xiaoyuan went from defense to retreat, and the power of the mountain-splitting saber technique was naturally greatly reduced. Therefore, although his strength was similar to Heleni's, Yixing did not use the superbrain scan. He relied on his absolute strength to force Li Xiaoyuan back in 2 moves. The third punch. It was still the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yixing punched out with both fists. The Tyrant Dragon soared into the sky and became a dragon in 1 leap. He used the ultimate move of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. As for Li Xiaoyuan, he was forced to retreat 2 moves. The saber move of the mountain-splitting saber technique had almost completely collapsed. How could he block Yixing's punches that had multiplied in strength? Bang! The treasured saber flew out of his hand. Li Xiaoyuan's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He instantly retreated backward and was sent flying by Yixing. Li Xiaoyuan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He retreated dozens of meters before he fell to the ground. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Yixing in shock. They never expected that Yixing, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, would be able to injure Li Xiaoyuan, who was at the peak of the 9th rank, in just 3 moves. It was unbelievable. On the high platform, Gong Yangxian's voice sounded. Yixing wins. Next round. There was a hint of surprise in Gong Yangxian's eyes. After all, it was too rare to see someone at the peak of the 8th rank defeat someone at the peak of the 9th rank. However, the surprise in his eyes disappeared in a flash. If one was not destined to be a martial saint, what was the use of having strong combat power? If one did not have the opportunity to break through to the Star Vortex realm, could one be stronger than a martial saint? Therefore, as long as Yixing did not become a martial saint, the sect would not really pay attention to him. The many nobles were the same. The surprise in their eyes quickly disappeared. The nobles were all high-level martial saints. Naturally, they did not think much of Yixing's combat power, unless one day, Yixing could become a martial saint. Moreover, after becoming a martial saint, he could still maintain such a heaven-defying combat power. Only then would they look at him in a different light. Otherwise, if he was just an ordinary martial saint, he would not have much of a future. An ordinary martial saint was worlds apart from a noble. Li Xiaoyuan was eliminated. Yixing entered the top 5. The next battle was between Bai Maowen and Song Yuanming. This was another battle between someone at the peak of the 9th rank and someone at the late stage of the 9th rank. There were very few martial artists who could fight above their level. Most of them would not be able to defeat a martial artist whose cultivation was higher than theirs. There was no surprising change in the 3rd battle. Bai Maowen won. Soon, it was the 4th battle. Jiang Yongxin versus Zhang Shiwen. Both of them were at the late stage of the 9th rank. There was not much difference in their strength. After a decisive battle, Jiang Yongxin won and entered the top 5. The 5th battle was another battle of unequal cultivation. It was Bao Ziping versus Chu Jingyue. As the only woman in the top 10, Chu Jingyue's combat power exceeded most people's expectations. Bao Ziping, who was at the late stage of the 9th rank, was defeated by her in just 3 moves. However, with Yixing's previous battle power, although Chu Jingyue's combat power exceeded everyone's expectations, it was not too surprising. The first battle ended. 5 people advanced to the next round. Wen Tongfang, Yixing, Bai Maowen, Jiang Yongxin, and Chu Jingyue. Author's note: I'm having trouble writing today. Sorry for the delay. The update is a bit late. Chapter 159. In the second round, 3 out of 5 would advance. One person would be given a bye, while the other 4 would fight. The winner would advance. The bye was given to 2 9th-level peak martial artists, Wen Tongfang and Bai Maowen, to draw lots. In the end, Wen Tongfang was luckier and got the bye. As for the other 4, Bai Maowen was at the peak of 9th level, and Yixing had defeated someone at the peak of 9th level before. Therefore, the sect missed out on their battles. The final result was that Bai Maowen would fight against Chu Jingyue and Yixing would fight against Jiang Yongxin. The focus of this round was the battle between Bai Maowen and Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue once again broke out with shocking combat power. Except for the strength of her inner force, which was a little inferior to Bai Maowen's. Chu Jingwei was superior to Bai Maowen in terms of physical strength and martial arts attainments. The two exchanged blows. In just 3 moves, Bai Maowen was hit in the chest by Chu Jingwei. Bai Maowen vomited blood and flew back. Chu Jingwei won and entered the top 3. Everyone was shocked. Yixing defeated Li Xiaoyuan in 3 moves, and Chu Jingwei defeated Bai Maowen in 3 moves. In this disciple selection, there were 2 geniuses who could fight above their level. In this disciple selection, the martial artists at the peak of 9th level suffered a crushing defeat. Bai Maowen stopped in the top 5, Li Xiaoyuan stopped in the top 10, and He Liani was eliminated in the first round. Now, only when Tong Fong was left among the martial artists at the peak of 9th level. Could he stop Yixing and Chu Jingwei? Everyone felt that there was little hope. After all, defeating someone at the peak of 9th level in 3 moves was terrifying. Unless when Tong Fong's strength was much higher than the other 3. How could he be a match for Yixing and Chu Jingwei? In the next battle, Yixing easily defeated Jiang Yongxin and entered the top 3. The first battle was divided into 2 rounds. One Tong Fong and Chu Jingwei would fight in the first round, and then the winner would fight in the second round with Yixing. The final winner would be first. Wen Tongfang's strength was very similar to Bai Maowen and Li Xiaoyuan. He was not much stronger, but he was still defeated by Chu Jingwei. He just took a few more moves. At this point, the 4 peak level 9 martial artists had all been eliminated. Yixing and Chu Jingwei would compete for first place. This was an outcome that no one had expected at the beginning. Chu Jingwei was dressed in a tight black leather suit. She had an angelic face and a devilish figure. She was very confident in her own strength. Ever since she stepped onto the path of martial arts, she had always been able to defeat people who were at a higher level than her. Therefore, she had long expected that she would fight her way into the battle for first place. However, she did not expect her opponent to be this strong. She looked at Yixing with a complicated expression. Chu Jingwei had met Yixing in the 100 Illusion Array. Although she knew that Yixing had the ability to fight above his level, she didn't treat Yixing as an opponent. In her opinion, Yixing might be comparable to a middle stage 9th heaven, but it was not very likely that he could reach the strength of a late stage 9th heaven. And to fight for first place, one would need to at least have the strength of a peak stage 9th heaven. Moreover, among the peak level 9 martial artists, one's strength had to be at the front. Chu Jingwei had expected her opponent to be one of the 4 peak level 9 martial artists. Who would have thought that it would be Yixing? Chu Jingwei's eyes were filled with surprise and a touch of coldness. She remembered very clearly that Yixing had taken liberties with her when he had borrowed the strength of her palm to retreat far away in the 100 Illusion Array. Furthermore, his eyes had been very crafty. He had often swept his gaze across her exquisite body and was very disobedient. I'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, Chu Jingwei thought. Yixing looked at Chu Jingwei with a natural expression and a faint smile on his face. First impressions were very important. In Chu Jingwei's eyes, Yixing's smile seemed to harbor ill intentions. It was like an evil smile. She had really wronged Yixing. Although Yixing instinctively looked at her a few more times, he had no thoughts about her in his heart, let alone showing an evil smile. Title Palm. When Ganyang Xian gave the order to start, Chu Jingwei immediately shouted. Her body soared into the air, and she slapped Yixing with her palm. In the 100 Illusion Array, Chu Jingwei had only casually slapped with her palm. Now, she had used a superb martial arts technique. The power of her palm was incomparable to before. Chu Jingwei's title palm was very accomplished. It had already reached the consummation realm. Its momentum was very terrifying. It made people feel as if waves were surging toward them. No wonder the peak level 9 martial artists were no match for her. Her attainments in title palm were almost at the perfection realm. The strength of her palm was incredible. In the face of Chu Jingwei's terrifying palm, Yixing looked surprised but did not show the slightest fear. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out. Upper grade martial arts, Tyrant Dragon Fist. The fist momentum of the Tyrant Dragon Fist was overbearing. Like most powerful offensive martial arts, it emphasized the indomitable spirit. The more one retreated, the weaker the fist momentum and the smaller the power. Yixing's Tyrant Dragon Fist was truly superb. When he punched out, he turned into an overbearing dragon in Chu Jingyue's eyes. He roared and rushed over. His fist momentum shook the sky and covered all directions. His powerful physical strength and vigorous inner force were fully unleashed at this moment. Yixing did not have the slightest contempt for Chu Jingyue. She could defeat a peak level 9 martial artist in a few moves. Her strength was definitely extraordinary. Naturally, he had to go all out. Otherwise, he would be defeated. Bang! Fist and palm collided. The vigorous inner force collided and bloomed with a bright light. At the same time, there was a loud explosion. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave formed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. The martial artists who were closer to the two felt a terrifying force rushing toward them. They could not help but take a few steps back. One could imagine how powerful the collision of their fists and palms was. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. Chu Jingyue took 2 steps back while Yixing took 3 steps back. In terms of power, Chu Jingyue was slightly better. Both of their eyes were filled with shock at the same time. They were both surprised by the strength of the other party. Although they were surprised, the two of them didn't stop attacking at all. Raging waves hitting the shore. Origin Restoration Force. The two of them roared almost at the same time and unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques, charging toward each other. Raging waves hitting the shore was one of the killing moves of the tidal palm. When the palm came, the power was like a monstrous wave. It came violently, with an unstoppable momentum. As for Yixing's Origin Restoration Force, it was improved by the super brain, and he had cultivated it to the 6th stage. The strength of his inner force was unparalleled. In an instant, a blinding light of inner force gathered in his palm. Bang! The 2 palms clapped together, and the two of them started a fierce confrontation again. The explosion sounded like a raging wave hitting the shore. The void shook and ripples appeared one after another. Yixing felt a terrifying force coming toward him. His body could not help but fall backward. He had to take a step back to maintain his center of gravity and ensure that he did not fall. In the blink of an eye, Yixing took 5 to 6 steps back. Chu Jingyue, on the other hand, only took 1 step back. Once again, a terrifying force erupted. Both of his palms attacked Yixing. In the second exchange, Yixing was obviously at a disadvantage. His opponent's raging waves hitting the shore was indeed very powerful. However, Chu Jingyue's attack at the moment was even more terrifying. It was the ultimate skill of the tidal palm, landslide, and tsunami. When the 2 palms came at the same time, it was as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing and the waves were roaring. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. At this moment, Yixing instantly activated the super brain's scanning mode. Chu Jingyue's every move and every movement of his power was scanned by the super brain. Chu Jingyue's tidal palm had been cultivated to the perfection realm and was close to the perfection realm. It was almost perfect. In terms of martial arts attainments, there were no flaws. However, the tidal palm was only an ultimate martial art. It was not even at the level of the spiritual martial arts. One could imagine that it was definitely not a perfect martial art. There were flaws in martial arts. No matter how much it was cultivated to the perfection realm, there would still be flaws. However, martial arts at the perfection realm basically had powerful and terrifying attacks. They would cover up the flaws and make it difficult for people to detect them. Or even if they did, it would be difficult to crack them. 3 parts Restoration Force. At this moment, Yixing displayed the ultimate skill of the Restoration Force. His attainments were at the 6th level of the Restoration Force. His inner force was extremely profound. It suddenly left his body, and its power was terrifying. Even if he was facing Chu Jingyue's landslide and tsunami head-on, he would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yixing's move had three groups of sharp inner force attacking Chu Jingyue's three martial arts flaws. Naturally, it broke the opponent's palm momentum in an instant. Boom! The sound of three internal energy explosions rang out almost at the same time. With a loud explosion, Chu Jingyue's offensive was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh! Chu Jingyue's body was hit by the terrifying chi force. Her body flew backward for more than 10 meters before she landed on the ground. The terrifying impact made her take a few steps back before she could stabilize her body. The chi and blood in her body were surging. When she circulated her chi, the violent chi in her body rushed up, causing her chest to hurt. She almost vomited blood and staggered. Chu Jingyue covered her towering breasts. Her chest was full of air, and she could not fight anymore. She looked at Yixing in disbelief. Obviously, she did not expect that she would be defeated after using landslide and tsunami. The young martial artists around were also surprised, especially Chu Jingnan, who was dumbfounded. He never thought that Yixing's strength would be so powerful that even his cousin had been defeated. As for the nobles present, they were not surprised. They had already been surprised by Yixing's strength. Even if he was stronger, it was not a big deal. Anyway, it was still difficult for them to take him seriously if he was not a martial sage. Gong Yangxian's voice came from the high platform. Yixing wins and ranks first. He is rewarded with 1-star gathering pill and 3 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Chu Jingyue and Wen Tongfang rank in the top 3. They are rewarded with 3 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Bai Maowen and Jiang Yongxin rank in the top 5. They are rewarded with 2 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Li Xiaoyuan, Chao Xingchong, Bao Ziping, Zhang Xuan, and Song Yuanming rank in the top 10. They are rewarded with 1 supreme grade star accumulation pill. Soon, the rewards were distributed to everyone. Yixing was overjoyed. The star gathering pill was infinitely close to the spiritual level. It would definitely help his cultivation break through to the 9th level of the star tempering realm. Chapter 160. Third update. Third update. Yixing's wish was fulfilled, and he became a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, he was the first in the selection and was rewarded with a star gathering pill and 3 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Even though he was only an outer disciple who wasn't valued by the Falling Star sect, it was still his first step into the sect. Yixing believed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the star spiral realm and became an inner disciple who would be valued and nurtured by the sect. After being accepted as an outer disciple of the Falling Star sect, Yixing did not speak to Zi Shanho again. Under the lead of the outer disciple Elder Yang Xian and other sect members, he entered the mountain peak where the outer disciple of the Falling Star sect was located. There were more than 1,000 disciples in the outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. They were divided into 3 mountain peaks, the first peak, second peak, and third peak. The Falling Star sect would recruit outer disciples every 3 years. If an outer disciple could break through to the star vortex realm, he would be promoted to an inner disciple. If he couldn't, he would remain an outer disciple. However, the sect obviously wouldn't allow an outer disciple to retire in the sect. If he couldn't become a martial saint within 9 years, he would have to pack his things and return home. Of course, this wasn't expelling him from the sect, it was just letting him go home. In name, he would still be a disciple of the Falling Star sect. The newly recruited disciples would live in the first peak. After 3 years, they would move to the second peak. After another 3 years, they would move to the third peak. After another 3 years, they would pack their things and return home. As a new disciple, Yixing naturally stayed at the first peak. The first peak had the most people, so there was a shortage of rooms. Martial saints and heavenly mandate disciples could stay alone in a room, but ordinary heavenly mandate disciples had to share a room with 2 people. The level of destiny was related to the treatment of the sect. It could be differentiated in many ways. Martial Saint Destiny disciples were like the gifted class students in the academy. Ordinary destiny disciples were like the ordinary class students. Not only did they live in different places, but the resources and treatment they received were also twice as different. When everything was settled, it was already dusk. The day was almost over. With the star-gathering pill in hand, Yixing planned to break through to star-tempering Stage 9 tonight. That way, he would be able to cultivate the Origin Restoration Force to Stage 7, which would greatly increase his strength. After consolidating his cultivation, it would be time for him to aim for the top 10 among the outer disciples. By doing so, he would be rewarded with a large amount of resources and could quickly improve his cultivation. By the time he became the number 1 outer disciple, his cultivation would basically be at the peak of the 9th level of the star-tempering realm. At that time, he would be able to obtain the spiritual martial arts inheritance of the sect and go to the depths of the Green Cloud Mountains to search for herbs to cultivate the invincible golden body to the complete realm. After that, he would have to look for opportunities to strive for the martial sage realm. Only when he became a martial sage could he be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. At that time, he would be able to become an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect and learn various spiritual level martial skills. Yixing had already made a plan for the next period of time. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The first night Yixing entered the Falling Star sect, he was already restless. Trouble came knocking on his door. Duan Jinping was a well-known figure among the thousands of outer disciples. Other than the new disciples who had just entered the sect, the rest of the outer disciples knew about him. This was because he was ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking. Although he was the last in the top 10, there were at least 200 half-step martial sages among the thousands of outer disciples. The fact that he could stand out among so many half-step martial sages and rank in the top 10 showed that his strength was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary half-step martial sage could not be compared to him. Moreover, Duan Jinping was not only famous because he was ranked in the top 10, but also because he was vicious and merciless. He had been in the Falling Star sect for 3 years. In these 3 years, at least 7 Ordinary Heavens Mandate Realm outer disciples had died in his hands. Each of them was bullied by him until they could not stand it anymore and went to the life and death ring with him. In the end, they all died in his hands. Therefore, Duan Jinping was given the nickname Bloody Hands because his hand was stained with blood. The outer disciples of the Falling Star sect could teach Ordinary Heavens Mandate outer disciples a lesson as long as they had a good reason. However, if an Ordinary Heavens Mandate outer disciple wanted to attack an outer disciple of the Martial Sage Mandate, they could only do so in the arena. There were 2 types of arenas, the duel arena and the life and death ring. The duel arena determined the victor. In the life and death ring, regardless of the outcome, only life and death were determined. It was evident that the sect valued the disciples of the Martial Sage Mandate greatly. At Duan Jinping's residence. At this moment, the arrogant and domineering Duan Jinping was standing respectfully in front of a young man who was about his age. Duan Jinping cupped his fists and bowed as he said, "Senior brother Zhen, may I know what brings you to my humble abode?" Although he and Zhen Xiuxi had entered the Falling Star sect together 3 years ago, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Duan Jinping only had a 3-star orange fate and was still a half-step martial sage after 3 years in the sect. On the other hand, Zhen Xiuxi had an 8-star orange fate and became a martial sage in his first year in the sect. Now, he was a 3-star martial sage with a cultivation of Star Vortex Stage 3. Moreover, Zhen Xiuxi was ranked 10th among the inner disciples. In the eyes of the inner disciples, the number 1 outer disciple was also dog sh*t. Therefore, the difference between him and Zhen Xiuxi was like heaven and earth. Zhen Xiuxi was only 19 years old, 1 year younger than Duan Jinping. However, he looked very experienced. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked a few steps and said, "Among the new outer disciples, there is one called Yixing from the Zishan County." Duan Jinping laughed. He knew that the disciples from the Zishan County, whether it was his batch, the previous batch, or the batch before that, had all been beaten up badly by the Falling Star sect. He had even killed a disciple from the Zishan County. He had heard that the Marquis from the Zishan County seemed to have a grudge with Elder Hua Tianshu. Any disciple from the Zishan County would be beaten up badly. Even a martial sage mandate was no exception, unless he swore to be Zishan Ho's enemy and become part of Elder Hua Tianshu's faction. For example, a few days ago, a martial saint's heavenswell disciple from the Zishan County called Wang Feng was beaten up by him. That disciple was so scared that he immediately swore to sever all ties with Zishan Ho, to become his enemy and obey Elder Hua Tianshu's orders. Duan Jinping said, "Don't worry, senior brother Zhen. I promise I'll teach him a lesson just like the one from a few days ago." Zhen Xiu shook his head and said, "No, I don't want him to be obedient. I want him dead." Duan Jinping was surprised. It was rare for a new disciple to want someone dead. It seemed that Yi Xing had a personal grudge with Zhen Xiu. Although Duan Jinping was curious about why Zhen Xiu wanted to kill Yi Xing, he knew that it was best not to ask. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "I'm good at killing people, In Yi Xing's residence, Yi Xing was adjusting his breath. He wanted to adjust his body to its best condition. He would take the star-gathering pill and break through to the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm in the middle of the night to avoid being disturbed. His junior martial brother Du Dong, who lived in the same room as him, was a man of few words. He was also meditating and cultivating. Yi Xing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, which woke Yi Xing up from his meditation. Yi Xing frowned slightly. Elder Gong Yang said that today was the first day and there was nothing to do. The assignment would only start tomorrow. No one should have come to find him today, and he didn't have any friends in the Falling Star sect. With doubts, Yi Xing stood up and walked outside. Bang! Yi Xing had just taken 2 steps when he heard a loud bang and the door flew in his direction. Obviously, it was kicked away by someone. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This person didn't come with good intentions. Du Dong, on the other hand, was startled by the sudden kick of the door. Both he and Yi Xing turned to look at the door. It was a young man in his 20s. He wore a silver brocade robe and had a handsome face and an aquiline nose. It was Duan Jinping. However, Yi Xing was surprised to see someone he knew standing behind Duan Jinping. It was Wang Feng. Duan Jinping hooked his index finger at Yi Xing and said, "Kid, come out for a while. I have something to discuss with you." After speaking, Duan Jinping turned and left. "TSK, is there something wrong with this guy?" Yi Xing looked at Duan Jinping's back in disdain. Although the other party was a half-step martial saint, Yi Xing didn't think much of him. However, since the other party had come looking for him, Yi Xing naturally had to find out what was going on. He walked out the door. "Senior brother Wang, what's going on?" Yi Xing asked Wang Feng as he walked out of the door. Wang Feng sneered and walked away without saying anything. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "This is senior brother Duan Jinping, who is ranked 10th on the outer disciple ranking. You don't have anything to do with him. If senior brother Duan is looking for you, just come." Duan Jinping walked to an open area and stopped. Wang Feng ran to Duan Jinping's side and said, "Senior brother Duan, he's here." At this time, there were already quite a number of new disciples gathered around. Many people had heard the loud sound of the door being kicked open. The people who lived here were all ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples. Of course, they recognized Yi Xing, who was ranked first. They all whispered to each other, wondering why senior brother Duan Jinping, who was ranked 10th on the outer disciple ranking, was looking for Yi Xing. "What's the matter, senior brother Duan?" Yi Xing asked as he walked over. Duan Jinping nodded at Wang Feng. Wang Feng said, "Yi Xing, I heard that you have a star-gathering pill." Yi Xing frowned. The star-gathering pill was something that would help him break through to the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. He wouldn't give it to anyone. He nodded. Wang Feng took out a small bag and threw it at Yi Xing's feet. "Senior brother Duan, want your star-gathering pill. Here's 100 gold taels as a reward." 100 gold taels couldn't even afford a mid-grade star accumulating pill. How could he exchange it for a star-gathering pill that was 10 times more valuable than a top-grade one? This was clearly a robbery. Yi Xing's lips curled up. Senior brother Duan is already a half-martial saint. Why would he want a star-gathering pill? Wang Feng's eyes widened and he shouted, Senior brother Duan says he wants it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Today, I wasted a lot of time writing the chapter outline. The third chapter was already at midnight. It was too late, so I couldn't finish the fourth chapter. However, I'll definitely publish the fourth chapter tomorrow. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll write with all my might, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 161. Because Wang Feng was Zi Shanho's disciple and adopted son, he could be considered Yi Xing's senior brother. Thus, Yi Xing had always maintained some respect for him. However, with Wang Feng's current appearance, no matter how magnanimous Yi Xing was, he could not bring himself to respect him. If it were not for Zi Shanho's face, Wang Feng's mere peak 9th level cultivation was nothing in Yi Xing's eyes. Yi Xing coldly glanced at Wang Feng. What does it have to do with you whether senior brother Duan wants it or not? Your surname is Wang, and you're not a dog. In any case, you're still a 5-star orange fate, and will become a 5-star martial saint in the future. Why are you wagging your tail in front of others? Many of the nearby Ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples could not help but cheer in their hearts. These words were too sharp. However, they were well said. A 5-star orange fate, destined to become an inner disciple in the future, was wagging his tail in front of others like a dog? This was too undignified. Yi Xing's words poked at Wang Feng's sore spot. It was like a knife stabbing into Wang Feng's heart, causing Wang Feng to explode like thunder. Wang Feng's qi and blood immediately surged. His face was flushed red as he pointed at Yi Xing and furiously shouted, Yi Xing, who do you think you are? Trash with an ordinary mortal fate has no right to talk about me. Yi Xing was not as hysterical as Wang Feng. He coldly smiled. Although I have an ordinary mortal fate, I'm upright and upright. I'm not like someone, a martial saint with a heaven's mandate, who has to bend his waist and wag his tail like a dog. The nearby Ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples whispered among themselves. Many of them secretly gave Yi Xing a thumbs up. Yi Xing's words struck at Wang Feng's heart. Wang Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His eyes turned red as he roared, I'm going to kill you, you trash. However, even though Wang Feng had just entered the Falling Star sect, he was only talking about it. How would he dare to actually attack Yi Xing? Duan Jinping fanned the flames from the side. According to the sect's rules, no matter when or where a mortal fate disciple humiliates an orange fate disciple, an orange fate disciple is allowed to teach them a lesson. Junior brother Wang, do whatever you want. Senior brother will uphold justice for you. His goal was to force Yi Xing into a dead end. Regardless of whether or not Wang Feng could take care of Yi Xing, a mortal fate disciple who had entered the sect as the #1 disciple, Wang Feng still had his backing. He would definitely be able to force Yi Xing to the point where he couldn't bear it any longer and enter the life and death arena. With Duan Jinping's permission, Wang Feng became bolder. Clang! Wang Feng unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yi Xing, coldly shouting, Today I will teach you a lesson, you reckless trash. Even though Yi Xing had entered the Falling Star sect as the #1 disciple of the Mortal Fate sect, this was only the #1 disciple of the Mortal Fate sect. From the bottom of his heart, Wang Feng looked down on these Mortal Fate sect disciples. In his eyes, they were all a bunch of trash with no future prospects. Even the #1 disciple was the same. As his voice fell, the sword in Wang Feng's hand turned into a ray of sword light and attacked Yi Xing Extreme Rank Martial Art, Clear Breeze Sword Art. The sword was like a clear breeze, and there was no place where it didn't have killing moves. This was an extremely powerful sword art. Wang Feng's swordsmanship was very powerful, but his swordsmanship was very ordinary. His cultivation talent was naturally very good. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of cultivation. However, his martial arts talent was much inferior to his cultivation talent. Wang Feng's clear breeze sword art had just reached the large success stage. Even if Yi Xing didn't use his super brain to scan, there were still many flaws. As his martial arts talent increased, his eyesight also became sharper. Whoosh! Yi Xing's feet moved. His figure was like lightning, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Feng's killing moves all missed. Wang Feng frowned. He obviously didn't expect that Yi Xing would be able to dodge his clear breeze sword art. Wind rustling grass. Wang Feng shouted. He and his sword became one. The sword light was resplendent as he continued to attack Yi Xing. In an instant, rays of sharp sword qi slashed towards Yi Xing. They were endless and enveloped Yi Xing. The sword was like the wind. Wherever it passed, who wouldn't move? Who would be able to dodge? Facing this sword, even with Yi Xing's martial arts talent, it would be difficult for him to dodge. Since it was difficult to dodge, Yi Xing didn't bother to dodge. In an instant, a surging aura exploded from his body. Above his head, a ray of essence rushed out. Origin returning force. Yi Xing's palms instantly condensed two bright balls of inner force. Bang, 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 bang. These two balls of inner force seemed to have a hint of star essence. They were invincible. Wherever they passed, all the sword qi exploded. In the end, the wind rustling grasses' sword power was extinguished. The countless sword lights were reduced to one sword. This sword was also blocked by Yi Xing. The tip of the sword was blocked an inch away from Yi Xing's palm. The sharp top-grade weapon couldn't pierce through the ball of inner force in his palm. Yi Xing blocked Wang Feng's sword with one hand, and the other hand directly slapped towards his opponent. The terrifying inner force instantly left his hand and turned into a resplendent palm print. It instantly slashed towards Wang Feng's chest. This move was very similar to the origin returning force. However, Yi Xing only released a ball of inner force. Its power was much weaker than the origin returning force. But for a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level, this was still an extremely terrifying attack. Wang Feng's sword was still facing off against the origin returning force in Yi Xing's other palm. How could he have the time to defend himself? In the nick of time, Wang Feng could only withdraw his hand and attack with his palm. In terms of sword skills, although Wang Feng was not outstanding, he was not bad either. However, his mastery of palm techniques was really bad. He had not even reached the great mastery of the extreme martial art mountain-crushing palm. Bang! Wang Feng's mountain-shattering palm collided with Yi Xing's origin-returning force palm print, creating a loud explosion. Even a top-grade martial arts that had reached the perfection stage might not be as powerful as a top-grade martial arts of the transcendent stage, let alone a top-grade martial arts that hadn't even reached the great completion stage. The result was obvious. Wang Feng only felt a terrifying force coming towards him. His body shook violently, and the blood in his body instantly surged. His body involuntarily flew backwards. He was directly sent flying. There was even blood at the corner of his mouth. He had already been injured. In terms of strength, Wang Feng was the weakest among all the martial artists at the peak of the 9th level that Yi Xing had fought. His martial arts talent wasn't high to begin with. Moreover, he had a lofty attitude that he was destined to become a martial saint. Since he would be strong in the future, why should he spend so much time bitterly cultivating martial arts? With such an attitude, his strength naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary martial artists of the same level. In the Zishan County, Wang Feng was Zi Shanho's disciple. He had never suffered any setbacks and had never had a real battle with martial artists of the same level. This had created his arrogant personality. At the same time, he hadn't experienced any hardships, so he didn't have a strong state of mind. Therefore, after entering the Falling Star sect and being taught a lesson by Duan Jinping, he immediately betrayed Zi Shanho and joined Elder Hua Tianchu's side. Duan Jinping had made him obedient because Duan Jinping was both a martial saint and a half-step martial saint. Duan Jinping's cultivation was higher than his, and he wasn't an ordinary martial saint. Therefore, after being taught a lesson by Duan Jinping, Wang Feng was immediately convinced. As for Yi Xing, his cultivation was lower than his, and he was only an ordinary martial saint. Even so, he was still defeated. Not to mention the word convinced in his heart, he was simply enraged. His mentality was almost twisted as he looked at Yi Xing with eyes full of hatred. As for Wang Feng, Yi Xing didn't look him in the eye. In his eyes, this kind of person was the real trash. He didn't put him in his eyes. His attention was mainly on Duan Jinping. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Feng was defeated, Duan Jinping came out to speak, an ordinary martial saint beating up a martial saint heaven's mandate disciple. Yi Xing, you've got some dog guts. Yi Xing knew that Duan Jinping was purposely targeting him, so he didn't give him any face. He said, "Which dog eyes of yours saw me? Beating him up? It was self-defense, do you understand? Only he can attack, but I can't fight back." The surrounding ordinary martial saint disciples were shocked. This Yi Xing was too bold. Duan Jinping wasn't a new disciple like Wang Feng, but an existence in the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the thousands of outer disciples, what kind of terrifying person was this? Moreover, a small number of ordinary martial saint disciples had some connections in the Falling Star sect, so they had some understanding of the outer disciples. They knew that Duan Jinping's nickname was Bloodhand, and that he was a famous fierce person. Yi Xing dared to say that his eyes were dog eyes. Did he not want to live anymore? Yi Xing's expression was normal after saying this, but many ordinary martial saint disciples were sweating for him as their hearts thumped. Duan Jinping's face turned green. Then he licked his lips and laughed. Sure enough, the ignorant are fearless. Self-defense? Hee. Well said, then you can continue with self-defense. While speaking, Duan Jinping's aura soared and covered the sky. It was obvious that he wanted to attack Yi Xing. Wait. Yi Xing shouted. Duan Jinping didn't attack, but his accumulated aura didn't dissipate. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. What? Now you know fear. Yi Xing wildly laughed. You think I'm afraid of a dog egg like you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the meaning of this? Come to the life and death stage. Do you dare? The surrounding ordinary martial saint disciples were dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Go to the life and death stage? This was Duan Jinping, who was ranked 10th on the outer disciple list. Among the half-step martial saints, he was a first-rate expert. Apart from the few ranked above him, he could sweep through the entire outer sect. On the other hand, Yi Xing was just a new disciple. Although he entered the sect as the first place of the selection, he was only ranked first among the ordinary martial saints. Above him were a large number of martial saints, as well as countless old disciples and half-step martial saints. In the end, he was ranked in the top 10. The gap between them was too big. Even Wang Feng, who hated Yi Xing to death, was deeply shocked by Yi Xing's words and couldn't believe it. Duan Jinping was also shocked at first, but he quickly reacted. Wasn't this what he wanted? However, before he could make a move, Yi Xing couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to go to the life and death stage. This was courting death too early. In any case, this was what he wanted. Duan Jinping laughed. Ha ha. Good, let's go to the life and death stage. 55555555555. Today's monthly votes are too little. Half a day has passed, and I don't even have 20 votes. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 162. Yi Xing knew his own limits. If they were to fight, he would definitely not be Duan Jinping's opponent unless he used his bow. The stacking wave arrow art's 10-layered force was enough to threaten a martial saint, and he could already achieve 9-layered force. Coupled with his extremely dense inner force, he did not believe that he could not deal with a half-step martial saint. However, once the arrow was shot, there was no way to stop it. Yi Xing did not dare to kill Duan Jinping here, as that would only lead to death. Only by killing Duan Jinping in the life and death arena would he not be punished by the gatekeeper. Instead, he could replace Duan Jinping and become the 10th outer disciple. Moreover, ordinary heavenly fate disciples were not valued by the sect. If they died, they died. The upper echelons of the sect would not care about such trivial matters. In fact, the upper echelons of the sect would not even hear about it. However, the top 10 outer disciples were different. They were the elites of the elites. Although the outer disciples were not valued, being in the top 10 would still attract the attention of the upper echelons of the sect. Life and death was a big deal. If he could replace Duan Jinping as the 10th outer disciple, it would be a great guarantee for Yixing's safety. Therefore, when Duan Jinping wanted to make a move, Yixing's superbrain spun rapidly. He immediately considered all aspects of the situation and decisively proposed the life and death arena. The news that a new disciple, Yixing, was going to fight the 10th outer disciple in the life and death arena was too explosive. It immediately spread among the outer disciples, and they all flocked to the life and death arena. The life and death arena was located at the first peak. When Yixing and Duan Jinping arrived at the life and death arena, there were already hundreds of outer disciples gathered there. Most of them were new disciples. There were ordinary disciples, martial saints, and heavenly fate disciples. Moreover, there were also some old disciples who had been in the sect for 3 or even 6 years. They happened to be visiting their family members, relatives, and friends at the first peak. When they heard the news, they immediately rushed over. As for the old disciples at the second and third peaks, the news was spreading there, but they obviously could not make it in time. There were a total of 5 arenas in the square of the outer disciples. One was in the middle, one was in the north, south, east, and west. The outer 4 arenas were ordinary battle arenas, while the one in the middle was the life and death arena. Unless it was a set competition where all 5 arenas were used as battle arenas, and only the life and death arena in the middle was used as battle arenas, otherwise, very few people would fight in the life and death arena. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, regardless of victory or defeat, there was only life and death. It was too cruel. The life and death arena was the largest of the 5 arenas, with a height of 50 feet and a length and width of over 20 feet. Yixing was the first to step onto the stage of life and death. He stood at the edge of the stage of life and death. Compared to the range of the arrows, the area of the stage of life and death was very small. Yixing naturally wanted to stand at the edge of the stage of life and death to increase the distance between them. No one thought that Yixing was standing at the edge of the ring to escape. The life and death ring was just a symbol, not a restricted area. As long as both of them were on the life and death stage, it meant that they were going to fight to the death. It wouldn't end just because one side escaped from the life and death stage. Once the battle started, every place would be a battle arena. If one side lost, it would be useless to escape. Unless the other side spared one's life, one would be hunted to death. The saying, "newborn calves are not afraid of tigers," is true. A disciple who just entered the sect with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Star Vortex realm actually dares to fight Senior Brother Duan on the life and death arena. This is simply seeking death. I heard that Yixing is the champion of the new disciple selection this time. Perhaps this title made him overconfident. Is he an idiot? How can he be overconfident when he's the champion of the new disciple selection? This first place is nothing. How can he be compared to Senior Brother Duan, who is in the top 10 of the outer court disciples? Who knows? Otherwise, where does his confidence come from? If he didn't have any confidence, he wouldn't dare to step onto the life and death arena, even if he was beaten to a pulp by Senior Brother Duan. He'll lose his life. Senior Brother Duan's nickname is Bloody Hand. This guy will definitely die miserably. A few of the senior disciples gathered together, giving pointers and comments. All the new disciples were whispering. Everyone thought that Yixing was courting death. Even the ordinary disciples who were on Yixing's side felt the same way. On the other side of the life and death arena, Duan Jinping walked up leisurely. He was wearing a pair of green metal gloves. It was a top-grade weapon. Obviously, Duan Jinping's martial arts were powerful. The moment Duan Jinping stepped onto the arena, Yi Xing raised his hand. The piercing heaven bow appeared in his left hand, and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his right hand. He knocked the arrow and instantly locked onto Duan Jinping. Duan Jinping immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent, which made him slightly surprised. However, he still didn't take Yi Xing seriously. He was the 10th outer court disciple with a cultivation of half-step martial saint. Almost 50% of his inner strength had been converted into star essence. He was extremely powerful. How could he be afraid of an archer who was only at star tempering realm level 8? Similarly, the others didn't think that Yi Xing's archery could threaten Duan Jinping. A half-step martial saint was much more terrifying than a peak level 9 martial artist because they already had star essence in their body. With the condensation of star essence, unless it was a spiritual weapon, it would be invulnerable. It was terrifying to the extreme. It had completely surpassed the strength of ordinary martial artists and reached a higher level. The only thing that surprised and even envied them was that Yi Xing actually had a storage ring. Among the outer court disciples, there were only a few who had a storage ring. There were less than 30 of them. Duan Jinping licked his lips. His eyes were fierce, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. The new disciples didn't know Duan Jinping, but the senior disciples knew that Duan Jinping was excited and was about to kill. Duan Jinping sneered. He was about to say a few fierce words to scare Yi Xing and strengthen his reputation. However, just as he laughed, he was interrupted by Yi Xing's words. "Go to hell," Yi Xing shouted. It was simple and neat. In an instant, he displayed the stacking wave arrow technique. A blue sandalwood arrow containing the 9 stacks burst out. The blue sandalwood arrow contained the 9 stacks of returning essence, internal strength. It bloomed with a bright light, and almost instantly, it arrived in front of Duan Jinping. "Child's play," Duan Jinping shouted coldly. At the same time, a ball of star essence condensed in his palm. It was extremely bright and instantly caught Yi Xing's arrow in front of him. In an instant, the arrow tip hit the star essence in Duan Jinping's hand. Once, Yi Xing, with the cultivation of the 7th level martial Dao, shot an arrow at the half-step martial saint Lu Chuanxiao. Lu Chuanxiao used star essence to easily block his arrow. Now, Duan Jinping used the same method to block his arrow. But the difference was that Yi Xing was not the same as before. He was now at the peak of the 8th level martial Dao and had cultivated the origin returning essence to the 6th level. The bow in his hand was also replaced by the piercing heaven bow. Especially the stacking wave arrow technique, which had reached the perfection stage, had reached the level of 9 stacks. So, the result was definitely different. Duan Jinping could not block Yi Xing's arrow like Lu Chuanxiao, but a scream rang out. Sparks and blood splashed at the same time. The star essence in Duan Jinping's palm was instantly penetrated by the arrow. Then, the arrow collided with the best quality gloves on his hand. Sparks flew, and the gloves were pierced through. In the end, naturally, the entire palm was shot through. The power of this arrow was still strong. Duan Jinping's body was suddenly pushed back by the power of the arrow. At this time, Yi Xing raised his right hand and took out the second blue sandalwood arrow. Stacking wave arrow technique, 9 stacks. Whoosh! The arrow instantly left the bowstring and turned into a stream of light. At this time, Duan Jinping's body was still being pushed back by the power of the first arrow when the second arrow was shot in an instant. He was still shocked and frightened by Yi Xing's first arrow when the second arrow had already pierced his heart. The arrow did not reach the shaft and pierced through Duan Jinping's body. Duan Jinping once again let out a shrill scream. His body flew back and increased speed. In the blink of an eye, Duan Jinping's body was pushed back hundreds of steps by the power of the arrow. He crashed into a small attic at the edge of the outer court square. The arrow was firmly fixed on the wall of the attic. Duan Jinping's body was hanging on the arrow. Perhaps it could no longer be called a body, but Duan Jinping's corpse. In Duan Jinping's eyes, there was shock, horror, and disbelief. The outer court disciples near the life and death arena, whether old disciples or new disciples, all turned their heads and were stunned. Their mouths were opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. 2 arrows. Just 2 arrows. The 10th outer court disciple, Duan Jinping, was shot to death by Yi Xing. This, even if it happened in front of their eyes, it was still something that was hard to accept. On the life and death arena, Yi Xing put the piercing heaven bow into his storage ring and clapped his hands. The sound woke the outer court disciples up, and they all looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing said loudly, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, I am Yi Xing from Zishan County. I entered the Falling Star sect to pursue the path of martial arts so that I can have some achievements in the future. I want to cultivate quietly and not fight, but if there is anyone who can't tolerate me and wants to fight with me, then I only have one thing to say. Bring it on. Duan Jinping will be your end." When it was time to be strong, one should be strong. If Yi Xing had said such words as soon as he entered the sect, he would only be a laughingstock. However, with the death of the 10th outer court disciple, Duan Jinping, as a foreshadowing, his words were powerful. The hearts of all the disciples could not help but tremble when they heard it. After Yi Xing finished speaking, he jumped down from the life and death arena and turned to leave. Someone would take care of Duan Jinping's corpse. At first, the disciples present thought that Yi Xing was courting death, but now they looked at Yi Xing's back in awe. This was the change brought about by strength. In particular, the new disciples with ordinary fate were even more shocked. Yi Xing's performance in the selection was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that Yi Xing's strength had reached such a terrifying level? He could even kill a top expert among the half-step martial sages. His strength has reached such a level. Chu Jinghua looked at Yi Xing's back in awe. She was still a little unconvinced when she lost to Yi Xing in the selection, but now she was convinced. For the first time, a man had left a mark in her heart. In order to not lose my hand, I'm writing with all my might today. Brothers, is it too early to update? Where are the monthly votes? Chapter 163. Third update. Third update. The news of Yi Xing killing Duan Jinping spread throughout the outer sect of the Falling Star sect that very night. Regardless of whether it was the new or old disciples, they were all shocked when they heard the news. Most of the new disciples had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, while most of the old disciples were from the second and third peaks. 99% of them had only heard about it after the event. While the old disciples were shocked, they also felt regretful that they had missed out on such an exciting battle. Yi Xing's name was like a gust of wind that spread throughout the outer sect of the Falling Star sect. He had indeed become famous in one battle, especially the words he said, which were spread by the disciples. Bring it on. You will end up like Duan Jinping. It was shocking and puzzling at the same time. However, the smarter ones could tell that Yi Xing's words were not meant for the public, but because he knew that someone was targeting him, he made it clear. This way, the matter would blow up, and the more it blew up, the more the sect would pay attention to it, and the safer Yi Xing would be. Some of the smarter ones could not help but admire Yi Xing's scheming. After killing Duan Jinping, he was still able to think of ways to prevent the risks after the event. This matter had caused an uproar. If Yi Xing mysteriously died or went missing, the impact would be too great, and the sect would definitely investigate thoroughly. Therefore, although Yi Xing's words seemed reckless, it was actually a protective halo around himself. Of course, the bigger protective halo was that it had already become the 10th outer disciple. Ordinary outer disciples might not be valued by the sect, but the top 10 outer disciples would definitely be valued. This matter was not only spread among the outer disciples, but also among the deacons of the outer sect. That night, someone even reported the news to the elders of the outer sect. Trash. What a piece of trash. After Zhen Prison Temple instructed Duan Jinping to leave, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the inner sect. He naturally wanted to hear the news of Yi Xing's death before leaving. In the end, he didn't hear the news of Yi Xing's death. Instead, he heard that Duan Jinping had been shot dead by Yi Xing. He couldn't help but curse loudly. In Zhen Prison Temple's eyes, Duan Jinping was a good-for-nothing. Now that he knew that Duan Jinping, a half-step martial sage, was killed by Yi Xing, an LV8 astral tempering realm martial artist, he naturally saw Duan Jinping as a good-for-nothing. He had asked Duan Jinping to kill Yi Xing, but not only had Yi Xing come out unscathed, he had even become famous for killing Duan Jinping. How could he make a move on Yi Xing now? After cursing Duan Jinping countless times in his heart, Zhan Xiu Si could only return to the inner sect gloomily. Although the Falling Star sect didn't value the outer sect disciples, he couldn't be too conspicuous. After all, there were many factions in the sect. If he was too conspicuous, there would be people from the other factions controlling him. If he was too out of line and caught the attention of the old ancestor, it would be a big deal. Even his master might not be able to protect him. Now that Yi Xing was famous in the outer sect and had received a lot of attention, it was basically impossible for him to kill him easily. He could only think of another way. Tonight, most people were talking about Yi Xing. After Yi Xing left the life and death ring, he returned to his residence and sat quietly to adjust his condition. When the night fell, he would consume the star-gathering pill and break through to LV9 astral tempering realm. Late at night, Dudong had already fallen asleep. Yi Xing consumed the star-gathering pill and sat cross-legged on his bed to refine the pill. As the pill was refined, Yi Xing could feel the power of the stars gathering in his body from all directions. The star-gathering pill was different from the star accumulation pill. The star accumulation pill contained the power of the stars, but the star-gathering pill only provided a state for the user to gather the power of the stars from all directions. The star accumulation pill was an ordinary pill. Even if it was a supreme-grade pill, how much power could it contain? It couldn't compare to the power of the stars gathered by the star-gathering pill. Therefore, the value of the star-gathering pill was much higher than that of the supreme-grade star accumulation pill. Yi Xing immediately circulated the origin restoration force and absorbed the power of the stars into his dantian. At the same time, he entered the state of sensing the stars and felt more power of the stars. While the star-gathering pill was still in effect, he absorbed the power of the stars. The effect of the star-gathering pill lasted for 15 minutes. In just 15 minutes, the 9th ring appeared in Yi Xing's dantian. The 9th ring represented the pinnacle of the star-gathering realm. It was the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Yi Xing immediately felt that the strength of the internal energy in his body had increased a lot. He also felt that the capacity of his body had increased a lot. The internal energy in his body had been very abundant, but now it felt a little empty. This meant that after the breakthrough in his cultivation, he could cultivate more internal energy. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, the effect of the star-gathering pill was still there. Yi Xing continued to absorb the power of the stars quickly and tried to improve his cultivation as much as possible. The power of the stars was like a stream that was absorbed by Yi Xing. It strengthened the 9 rings in his dantian and cultivated more internal energy. Very quickly, the effects of the star-gathering pill wore off, and Yi Xing's cultivation returned to normal. Although his 9th ring had just formed, it was already glowing a little brightly. It could be seen that the effect of the cultivation just now was really good. Yi Xing's cultivation had consolidated a lot, and he was almost at the mid-stage of the 9th stage. Yi Xing took out 3 more supreme grade star accumulating pills and swallowed them all. Cultivation should be done while the iron was hot. According to common sense, taking 3 supreme grade star accumulating pills at once was definitely a waste. The body couldn't absorb so much medicinal power in a short time. However, according to Yi Xing's personal experience, there was no problem at all. The effect of the pills he absorbed was much higher than other martial artists. It was very likely that it had something to do with his dark vortex-like astrology. Yixing spent the night in meditation and felt refreshed in the morning. After breakfast, all the new disciples gathered in the outer square where the life and death ring was located. Yesterday evening, Yixing shot and killed the 10th outer disciple, Duan Jinping, at the life and death ring in the middle of the square. Now, Duan Jinping's body was long gone. Obviously, it had been taken care of by the sect. The position of the outer disciples in the sect was like that of the servants in the big families. They needed to do all kinds of things. Today was the day to assign the new disciples their jobs. It took more than half a day for the new disciples to be assigned to their respective halls. Only Yixing had yet to be assigned to his own hall. Just as Yixing was wondering why he hadn't been assigned, Gong Yangxian shouted his name. "Where is Yixing? Disciple is here." Yixing immediately responded from the crowd and walked out. When he was standing in the crowd, not many people noticed him. However, when he walked out, he naturally became the focus of all the disciples. As a peak martial sage, although Gong Yangxian was surprised by Yixing's strength at first, he didn't take it seriously. However, the fact that Yixing shot Duan Jinping to death truly shocked Gong Yangxian. Archery was very powerful, but there were not many people who practiced archery. That was because archery was very difficult to practice. Without this talent, the archery that one practiced would not be as powerful as a martial artist of the same realm. It was very useless. Therefore, it was very rare to have talent in archery, especially Yixing, who had practiced archery to such a level. It was obvious that his talent in archery was extraordinary. He could be called a demon. If such a person cultivated to the martial sage realm, it would be very terrifying. He could kill an enemy who was 1 or even 2 realms higher than him with his archery. Therefore, Yixing's position in Gong Yangxian's heart was much higher than yesterday. Gong Yangxian said, "Yixing, you have just entered the sect, and you have become the 10th outer disciple. The sect appreciates you very much and rewards you with 12 supreme grade star accumulation pills." The disciples looked surprised. The reward for being in the top 10 should be 10 supreme grade star accumulation pills. How did it become 12? Could it be that the sect really appreciates Yixing? This shouldn't be. Although he is very strong, he is only an ordinary heaven's mandate. The disciples were puzzled. Yixing also had a little doubt. A deacon of the sect brought the 12 supreme grade star accumulation pills over. Yixing received them and put them into his storage ring. He cupped his fists and said to Gong Yangxian, "Thank you for the sect's nurturing." Gong Yangxian nodded. "You don't have to worry. The sect's reward has not changed. This old man is an outer elder of the alchemy hall. The 2 extra pills are my reward for you. I hope you will have good achievements in the future." Yixing thanked him again with a more respectful expression. "Thank you, Elder Gong Yang." Gong Yangxian smiled slightly. "You're in the top 10 outer disciples. You don't have to do ordinary work. Duan Jinping died in your hands, so you can take his job. He works under that old ghost Gu Tianshang in the Formation Source Valley. He goes there every other day. Today is the day. Deacon Zhangsheng will take you to the Formation Source Valley." Then, Gong Yangxian seemed to remember something and reminded, "That old ghost Gu Tianshang's temper is not good. Be smart when you go to the Formation Source Valley." Yixing said, "Yes, thank you for your advice. Junior brother Yi, come with me." The deacon who had just given the supreme grade star accumulation pills to Yixing said. He was Zhang Sheng. The new disciples looked enviously at Yixing, leaving the square under Zhang Sheng's lead. As soon as Xiao Chun entered the sect, he was in the top 10 of the outer disciples. How could these new disciples not be envious? Even the disciples of the martial sage Tian Ming felt sour in their hearts. "Senior brother Zhang, what do I need to do when I go to the Formation Source Valley?" On the way, Yixing saw that Deacon Zhang Sheng had a friendly expression, so he took the initiative to ask. Zhang Sheng was a 2-star martial sage who was not even 30 years old. He was originally an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. However, the Falling Star sect had a rule. When one was over 25 years old and had passed the prime time for cultivation, they were no longer disciples who only needed to cultivate. Instead, they had to become deacons who managed the sect's affairs. Low-grade martial sages could become outer deacons. Mid-grade martial sages could become inner deacons. High-grade martial sages could be conferred the title of Marquis and manage a territory. They could also be managers of the various halls. In order to not lose my hand, I'm riding like flying today. I'll get it before it's too late. Is my monthly ticket flying for a while? Chapter 164. Fourth update. Update. Zhang Sheng was already 28 years old and was still a 2-star martial saint. He had already passed the golden age for cultivation. If he did not have any good fortune, it would be very difficult for him to make any more breakthroughs in his cultivation. Naturally, he did not have the same drive as when he was young. Zhang Sheng said, "I don't know what needs to be done. Ordinary people can't enter the Array Origin Valley, but Elder Gu Tianshang is an array master, and he has been studying array formations in the Array Origin Valley. It must be something related to array formations." Array master? Yi Xing's expression changed slightly. When I participated in the disciple selection, I entered 100 Illusions Array. There was actually 100 miles of space inside. This array is really amazing. Zhang Sheng also laughed. That 100 Illusion Array was set up by Elder Gu. Yi Xing said, "Elder Gu is really amazing." Yi Xing was looking forward to working under Elder Gu Tianshang. He came from a technological society. In his opinion, formations were the technology of this world, but they were more mysterious and profound than those on Earth. Not long after, Yi Xing was brought out of the Array Source Valley by Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, Elder Gu doesn't like to see outsiders. I can only send you this far. You can go in by yourself. Remember, you can only walk on the path to enter the valley. You must not step on other places. The entire valley is filled with formations. If you break the formations, you will die miserably." After Deacon Zhang Sheng finished his instructions, he left. Yi Xing stood outside Formation Source Valley, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated his superbrain's scanning function and looked into the valley. The superbrain in his head was based on Earth's technology, while the array in the Array Source Valley was based on Star's technology. He wanted to see if he could use the superbrain to scan the array and see if it was real. When the superbrain scanned it, the valley that looked normal to the naked eye immediately became a little different. Above the valley, which originally looked empty, streaks of illusory light crisscrossed and extended all the way to the ground. Yi Xing found that, except for the path in the valley, there were illusory light rays or illusory air walls everywhere. Even though it could not be seen with the naked eye, since the superbrain had detected it, it proved that there was something in the air. However, even though the superbrain could detect the invisible formations, it was impossible for Yi Xing to break them. He didn't know anything about formations. Perhaps I can learn something about formations by working under Elder Gu Tianshang. Yi Xing thought to himself. He was very sure that if he could learn array formations, it would definitely be useful. Most importantly, how much time and energy did it take to learn array formations? If it had a huge impact on his cultivation, then the losses would outweigh the gains. From Yi Xing's point of view, personal strength was still the most important thing. Returning to his normal state, Yi Xing walked into the Array Source Valley. There were array formations and restrictions on both sides of the path. Yi Xing naturally walked in the middle of the path, not daring to take a single wrong step. There was a wooden building in the depths of the valley. In front of the building was a very large open space. A white-haired old man was busy in a corner of the open space. Yi Xing scanned the open space in front of the building with his superbrain. As expected, there were many illusory air walls or dotted lines in many places. However, they didn't occupy a lot of space. Most of them were near the white-haired old man. It was obvious that the old man was setting up a formation. Yi Xing didn't see anyone else in the valley. It seemed that the white-haired old man was Gu Tianshang. Yi Xing walked towards Gu Tianshang and stopped when he was about 30 meters away from him. When Gu Tianshang looked at him, Yi Xing cupped his fists and said, Disciple Yi Xing greets Elder Gu. Gu Tianshang's eyes immediately froze. Yi Xing only saw a blur before Gu Tianshang grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. This speed shocked Yi Xing. He didn't have time to react at all. Gu Tianshang grabbed Yi Xing by the collar and pulled him in front of him. He roared like a lion. "Who let you in? Who let you in? Who let you in? Who let you in?" As soon as he finished speaking, the deafening sound echoed in Yi Xing's ears again and again. Yi Xing's eardrums hurt, and he rolled his eyes inwardly. Gong Yangxian said that Gu Tianshang had a bad temper, but Yi Xing didn't understand. What do you mean by a bad temper? Now, Yi Xing finally understood. When the echoes in his ears faded, Yi Xing said, "Elder Gu, Elder Gong Yang sent this disciple here to work." Gu Tianshang threw Yi Xing to the ground and said, "Why do you have to work here? Where's Duan Jinping? Where the hell did he go?" Yi Xing was shocked. Duan Jinping had been working for Gu Tianshang in the Formation Source Valley. If Gu Tianshang liked Duan Jinping and found out that he had killed Duan Jinping, what would happen if he slapped him to death? Yi Xing wasn't worried about the other elders, but he was really worried about Gu Tianshang. He didn't seem like a reasonable person. Gu Tianshang might have a bad temper, but he wasn't stupid. When he saw Yi Xing's expression, he immediately guessed, "You killed Duan Jinping?" Huh? Yi Xing was stunned by his shout. At the same time, he was surprised by Gu Tianshang's reaction. Gu Tianshang confirmed his guess, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "You're a new disciple?" Yi Xing was too young. He wasn't even 17 years old. If he was an old disciple, he would have entered the Falling Star sect 3 years ago. He was only 14 years old. Although there were people who entered the Falling Star sect at 14 years old, they were all extremely talented geniuses. At 17 years old, even if they didn't become martial saints and enter the inner sect, they would be half-step martial saints and would enter the inner sect soon. How could he only be at level 9, Star Tempering Realm? Therefore, Yi Xing could only be a new disciple. Gu Tianshang was surprised that a new disciple who had just entered the sect was only at the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago, but he had managed to kill Duan Jinping, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect. If he knew that Yi Xing hadn't even reached level 9 Star Tempering Realm when he killed Duan Jinping yesterday, he would be even more shocked. Yi Xing nodded. Afraid that Gu Tianshang had something to do with Duan Jinping, he explained, "I did it on the survival platform." Gu Tianshang flung his sleeves and walked toward the wooden building. "Follow me." Yi Xing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Elder Gu didn't like Duan Jinping very much. He followed Gu Tianshang and entered the wooden building. Gu Tianshang walked to a wall. There was a picture hanging on the wall. There were circles in the picture. Gu Tianshang said, "Take a look. How many circles are there in the picture? If you can see clearly, stay. If you can't, scram." Yi Xing was surprised. The circles on the picture were big circles and small circles, and the circles were intertwined. It was very complicated. How could he see clearly how many circles there were? Although he said that, since Gu Tianshang asked, Yi Xing naturally looked carefully. Something that shocked Yi Xing appeared. The longer he stared at the diagram, the clearer the circles on the diagram became, and the fewer the number of circles became. What was going on? After looking at it for about 30 breaths, the picture stopped in front of Yi Xing's eyes. There were only 5 circles left in the picture. The dense circles from before were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that 5 wasn't the limit? Yi Xing thought to himself. At this time, he activated the Superbrain's scanning function. Under the Superbrain scan, the picture changed again. The 5 circles overlapped, and only 1 circle was left. The picture was very strange. The more he looked at it, the fewer circles there were. Yi Xing was very surprised. He blinked and looked away. When he looked again, there were only dense circles. "What? Did you see clearly?" Gu Tianshang asked when Yi Xing finished looking. Yi Xing nodded. Gu Tianshang's eyes showed a bit of interest. "How many did you see clearly?" 72, 48, 32, 72, 48, 32. The 3 numbers Gu Tianshang said were very big. Yixing thought he had seen wrong. He said in surprise, "Are there that many?" However, his answer surprised Gu Tianshang. "What? You've cleared even less?" Yixing nodded. "Don't say it. I'll guess." Gu Tianshang shouted and guessed. 16. Yixing shook his head. Gu Tianshang looked even more surprised. He continued to guess. 12. Yixing shook his head again. He thought to himself, "Just let me say it. What's the point of guessing?" Gu Tianshang rubbed his hands excitedly and guessed again. "Could it be 10? Yixing yawned and shook his head speechlessly. Gu Tianshang was already beaming. His eyes were shining. "Could it be 9? Yixing rolled his eyes. How long would it take for it to reach 5 if it was reduced to one number after another? Gu Tianshang looked at Yixing's expression and knew that he had guessed too much. There was more than one number. He was about to say 6 when Yixing beat him to it. "Elder, stop guessing. It's 5. Yixing was going to say 1, but judging from Gu Tianshang's expression, it seemed that the fewer circles he saw, the better. When Gu Tianshang guessed 10, he was already rubbing his hands excitedly. It was obviously not bad. So, in order not to scare Gu Tianshang, Yixing told him the number of circles he could see clearly. When he saw 1, Yixing used the superbrain to scan it. Although the superbrain was his brain and was part of his body, he was afraid that Gu Tianshang would be too excited if he told him the number. "Genius! You're a genius." Gu Tianshang didn't blame Yixing for telling the answer in advance at all. Instead, he was beaming. All the wrinkles on his face were gone. He was extremely excited. This formation map was used to test one's talent in formations. Gu Tianshang was already a formation genius in the Starfall sect. His talent and achievements in formations were ranked second in the Starfall sect. However, when he looked at this formation map, he could only see 16 circles clearly. Lin Fenghua, the number 1 formation genius in the Starfall sect, could only see 10. Those who could see 10 clearly were incredible formation geniuses. Lin Fenghua saw 10 clearly and became a 3rd-level formation master in the end. After seeing 10 clearly, one's talent would increase by a level for each circle less. Yixing saw 5 clearly. How heaven-defying was his talent in formations. It was indeed exciting to talk about stamping one's hands. Was the 4th chapter early enough? However, it was a little difficult to write the 4th chapter. When I was angry, my fingers were clumsy and trembling. It took me 3 hours to finish this chapter. Brothers and sisters, please give me a monthly vote. Let them see if the monthly vote of the Archer God is good or not. Brothers, give me a monthly vote. Vote! Vote! It was indeed exciting to talk about stamping one's hands. Was the 4th chapter early enough? However, it was a little difficult to write the 4th chapter. When I was angry, my fingers were clumsy and trembling. It took me 3 hours to finish this chapter. Brothers and sisters, please give me a monthly vote. Let them see if the monthly vote of the Archer God is good or not. Brothers, give me a monthly vote. Vote! Vote! Slap the clown's face until it explodes. Chapter 165. Yixing was overjoyed by Gu Tianshang's reaction. "It seems that my talent in formations isn't ordinary. Come, sit." Gu Tianshang pulled Yixing to a nearby chair and sat down. Now, he didn't look like a bad-tempered person at all. He looked as kind as he could be. Gu Tianshang pressed Yixing into a chair, saying, "Genius. Learn formations from this old man. I, Gu Tianshang, will work my heart out to nurture you and teach you everything I know, turning you into a great formation master." Yixing was flattered by Gu Tianshang's change in attitude, but he didn't agree without thinking. Yixing asked, "How much time do I need to learn formations?" Gu Tianshang said seriously, "The path of formations is broad and profound. It's a great undertaking that requires a lifetime of research and development." "A lifetime?" Yixing jumped in fright and said, "Spending my entire life on formations Tao. Then can I still cultivate the martial Tao?" Gu Tianshang's face was serious. "How can martial arts compare to the great formation Tao? With your talent, you'll definitely become the #1 formation master in the history of the Falling Star sect. Once you become a formation master, you won't have to worry about lack of cultivation resources. Cultivate when you're free. As long as your destiny isn't bad, your future martial arts achievements won't be bad. Yixing's expression became even more serious. I'd better concentrate on cultivating martial arts. I'm only a 2-star destiny. If I don't spend a lot of time on martial arts, I won't even be able to become a martial saint. 2-star destiny. Gu Tianshang was obviously shocked. How did you enter the Falling Star sect with such trash talent? Yixing didn't bother to answer him. Gu Tianshang continued, That's good. With your trash talent, how can you cultivate martial arts? It's a waste of your talent in formations. Even if you cultivate your entire life, you'll at most become a martial saint. With your talent in formations, you'll definitely become an excellent 3rd-grade formation master. Yixing said, But I want to be a martial arts master, not a powerful array master. Arrays, I'll learn them when I have time, but... Yixing's tone changed slightly as he continued to ask, Is a grade 3 array master very powerful? Gu Tianshang widened his eyes and said, A level 3 array master is equivalent to a perfected cultivator in the astral star realm. What do you think? Of course, enlightened masters were powerful. Yixing had never seen an enlightened master before, but he had heard from Zishan Ho that the strongest martial artist in the entire Zishan County was an enlightened master of the astral realm. However, Yixing thought about it and said firmly, I still want to be a martial arts powerhouse. Gu Tianshang suddenly became anxious. Your talent in cultivation is not good, but your talent in formations is definitely a genius among geniuses. Not to mention the Falling Star sect, I can guarantee that it will be difficult to find another formation genius like you in the entire Qingyan region. You were born for formations, so you should devote your life to it. Yixing was still stubborn. My goal is to reach the peak of martial arts. As for formations, I can learn them in my spare time. Gu Tianshang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You want to reach the peak of martial arts with your trash cultivation talent? Becoming a martial saint is defying the heavens. With such a monstrous talent in formations, instead of devoting all his energy to formations, he wants to learn martial arts. There must be something wrong with his head. Gu Tianshang was heartbroken. Gu Tianshang had devoted his entire life to formations. His personality was violent and eccentric. Obviously, he couldn't understand Yixing's thoughts. However, Yixing's goal was to become a martial arts powerhouse and reach the peak of martial arts. In his opinion, formations were like science and technology that could be learned. When it was useful on the path of martial arts, formations were to serve martial arts. In Yixing's opinion, if he were to abandon his martial path because of the Tao of arrays, this was absolutely unacceptable. No matter how strong the Tao of arrays was, it was not his own strength. What Yixing pursued was the limits of his own strength. Gu Tianshang let his imagination run wild. He said, Do you think I'm not skilled enough in formations? It's okay. I can ask junior brother Lin Feng what to teach you. He's a 3rd-level formation master. With your talent in formations, junior brother Lin will be happy to teach you. Yixing shook his head. Elder Gu, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't spend all my time on formations. Like Duan Jinping, I come to Formation Source Valley every other day. Elder Gu, if you have any work for me, just tell me. If you can teach me about formations, I'll be very grateful. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Tianshang sighed 3 times. Yixing had said it several times. He finally understood that Yixing's mind couldn't be changed. He took out a book called The Basics of Formations and handed it to Yixing. Today, I'll teach you some general knowledge about formations. Take this book and read it when you have time. The basics are important in any field. Yixing took the book. It was half a fist thick and twice the size of an ordinary book. Obviously, there was a lot of information in it. Yixing put it in his storage ring. Gu Tianshang began to explain. Formations are divided into several categories: killing formations, trapping formations, defensive formations, illusory formations, and combined formations. Apart from these, there are also basic formations. Basic formations include projection formations, recording formations, monitoring formations, transfer formations, and so on. These formations don't require formation materials. Formation masters can set them up directly. As for formations other than the basic type, not only can a formation master set them up directly, they can also use formation materials to set them up. However, the formations set up by a formation master will be affected by their own cultivation. As for formations set up with formation materials, it has nothing to do with their cultivation. At this point, Gu Tianshang digressed and said, Yi Xing, as long as a formation master has the materials, the formation they set up is not limited by their cultivation level. Even if you're not even a martial saint, as long as you can perfectly master a level 3 formation, you can use it to kill a perfected person. Yi Xing was also shocked by the power of formation masters. However, he just smiled and remained firm. Everything had its pros and cons. Gu Tianshang had also said that if a formation master wanted to set up a formation that was higher than his own cultivation level, he would need the help of formation materials. Since the formation was so powerful, the formation materials would not be easy to get. It would be fine if someone could help him find formation materials. However, it would be troublesome if he had to rely on himself. How could he be as free as if he was strong enough? Gu Tianshang observed Yi Xing's expression and knew that Yi Xing wasn't wavering at all. He continued, no matter what level of formation is, its origin lies in the most basic formation principles. If you can understand the basic knowledge of formations, you could be considered a formation apprentice. The art of formations is vast and profound. Even the basic knowledge is incomparably complicated, profound, and profound. Even a true formation master can't possibly grasp all the basic knowledge of formations. However, the more you grasp the basic knowledge of formations, the easier it will be to learn formations. Therefore, the foundation is extremely important. Yi Xing asked, formation apprentices can't set up formations. Gu Tianshang nodded. Formation apprentices are just beginners of formations. They can help a formation master take care of some trivial matters. Only when you master a formation can you be considered a formation master. Formations have been passed down for generations. According to the strength of the formations, our ancestors divided the formations into different levels. A level 1 formation is equivalent to a warrior in the star-tempering realm. A level 2 formation is equivalent to a martial sage in the star vortex realm. A level 3 formation is equivalent to an immortal in the star gang realm. Haha. As for level 4 and level 5 formations, they're even more terrifying. I've only seen level 3 formations in my life. I haven't even heard of formations above level 3. Yi Xing asked, be it the star-quenching realm or the star vortex realm, both have 9 levels. Within the same realm, the difference in strength between the first level and the 9th level is like heaven and earth. Does this mean that formations of the same level can have such a huge difference in strength? Gu Tianshang said, that's for sure. Formations, like martial arts, have different levels of attainment. Theoretically, a level 2 formation with perfect mastery can kill a peak martial sage. However, if it's not perfect, its power will be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, a level 2 formation master can threaten a beginner martial sage. A level 2 formation master can threaten an intermediate martial sage. A level 2 formation master can threaten an advanced martial sage. I understand now. Yi Xing's heart lit up. He said, formations and martial arts are the same. They are both left behind by predecessors. Later generations can learn the formations and martial arts they left behind. The higher their attainment, the more powerful they will be. However, there is a level of transformation for martial arts. What about formations? Gu Tianshang smiled. Theoretically, there is. However, formations are more than 100 times more difficult than martial arts. I've only heard of formations of the level of transformation in rumors. I've never seen one with my own eyes. Yi Xing also smiled. So if one's attainment in formations reaches a certain level, he can even create his own formations. Just like how people with heaven-defying attainments in martial arts can create their own martial arts? Gu Tianshang nodded. Theoretically, yes. However, creating a formation is more difficult than comprehending it to the level of transformation. I've never heard of this, even in rumors. Yixing cupped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Gu. Although he didn't plan to spend a lot of time and energy on formations, he wasn't just casually learning them. Just like martial arts, since Yixing had decided to learn them, he would do his best to master them. Yixing was confident that he would be able to reach the transcendent state with so many martial arts and array formations, so he should be able to reach the transcendent state. This was because his talent in formations didn't only allow him to see 5 circles clearly. Under the scan of the superbrain, he could see all of them clearly. Gu Tianshang continued. The formation materials provide the properties of the formation. The source of power is provided by one's own internal strength, celestial essence, or star crystals. The same formation can be arranged in 3 different forms: formation base, formation flag, and formation disc. However, the different forms have different power. The formation base is the strongest, the formation flag is second, and the formation disc is the weakest. Yixing asked in confusion why. I'm a bit stuck today. What a tragedy. The update is a bit late. Sorry, but the outbreak will continue. It won't be 4 updates, but it will be 3. Chapter 166. Gu Tianshang explained. The base of a formation is fixed and cannot be moved. The range of the formation is also large. Not only can it fully unleash the power of the formation, but can also borrow the momentum of heaven and earth and the power of nature. Therefore, it is the most powerful. On the other hand, the flag and disc formations can be moved. They cannot borrow the momentum of heaven and earth and the power of nature, so their power is weaker. However, there's a difference between the two. The flag formations need to be controlled by a formation master to unleash the power of the formation. Moreover, they will combine with the formation master's strength and are stronger than the disc formations. The disc formation's power is fixed and can be used by non-formation masters as well. They are the weakest of the 3 formations. Of course, this is only in comparison to formations of the same level and level. The path of formations was broad and profound. There are all kinds of formations. Compared to the path of martial arts, it was much more complicated. Gu Tianshang and Yixing talked about the general knowledge of formations for more than half a day. Because of Yixing's talent in formations, Gu Tianshang cared for Yixing in every possible way. At first, Yixing felt a bit of Gu Tianshang's violent temper, but after that, Gu Tianshang became a completely amiable elder. That's all for today. You haven't become a formation apprentice yet, so you can't be of much help. Go back first and read the basics of formations. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask this old man, and I'll answer it for you. After Gu Tianshang told Yixing a lot of general knowledge about Array Dao, he urged Yixing to go back. Then, he couldn't help but add, remember, if you want to go far on the path of Array Dao, your foundation must be solid. I know. Thank you, Elder Gu. Yixing stood up and saluted Gu Tianshang with a cupped fist salute. Gu Tianshang sent Yixing out of the wooden building and watched Yixing leave the formation source valley. He sighed repeatedly, good seed, good seed. If such a genius of formations focuses on diamond formations, TSK, what kind of achievements will he achieve in the future? When he thought of Yixing focusing on martial arts, Gu Tianshang felt his heart ache. Cough. Not doing his job properly. He was really not doing his job properly. 2-star Heaven's Mandate. What kind of future could he have with this trash Heaven's Mandate? He's still young. To be able to reach the 9th level of the star-tempering realm so quickly, he must have had some fortuitous encounters. However, fortuitous encounters are not something that will last forever. After a few years, when his cultivation reaches a bottleneck, perhaps he will give up on the martial Dao and focus on the Array Dao. Thinking of this, Gu Qianshang became happy again. He thought to himself, I'll wait and see for a few years. When he truly wants to learn the Tao of formations, I'll introduce him to junior brother Lin. With his talent in formations, only junior brother Lin is qualified to teach him the Tao of formations. When Yixing returned to his residence, the door to his room had already been replaced. He pushed the door open and entered. Yixing came back early, and Du Dong was not in the room. Yixing took out the book Basics of Array Formations and started to read it. This book was indeed big and thick, and the content recorded in it was extremely complicated and varied. If it was an ordinary 9th-level martial artist, it might take 3 days and 3 nights just to finish reading this book. It was impossible to memorize such a thick book after reading it once. Even if one were to read it 10 times, they wouldn't be able to remember much of it. As for the things they learned and comprehended, that would take even more time. Therefore, even if one had a certain level of talent in formations, it would be difficult to become an apprentice, let alone an array master. Back then, Duan Jinping had studied for half a year under Gu Tianshang's guidance before he became a formation apprentice. Then, it had taken him another 2 years to learn the basics of formations and become the most common first-level formation master. With Duan Jinping's talent, it would be his limit if he could comprehend a first-level array to perfection. Even if he had a breakthrough, he would at most become an ordinary second-level array master. Therefore, Gu Qianshang didn't care about Duan Jinping at all. Yixing's speed in learning the basics of formations was much faster than Duan Jinping's. It was simply indescribable. Yixing flipped through the pages of basics of formations. He only took a cursory glance at each page. If one were to take a closer look, Yixing would have already flipped to the next page before he had even finished a tenth of the book. Yixing's eyesight was extremely powerful, especially when he was scanning with his superbrain. The entire book's contents were scanned and stored in his superbrain. Therefore, Yixing flipped through the book page by page. In less than 2 hours, he had finished reading the entire book of basics of array formations. What was even more terrifying was that Yixing memorized the contents of the book without missing a word. This speed was not enough to describe it. Yixing put the basics of array formations away. He didn't need to read it in the future. The contents were in his mind, but they were just scanned contents. It was equivalent to memorizing them by rote. Yixing still didn't understand the principles behind them. If he really wanted to comprehend the contents, he would need more time. No matter how powerful his superbrain was, it was impossible for him to learn it in one go. However, the contents were in his mind now. It was much faster for him to comprehend it than if he read the book directly. Yixing sat quietly and meditated. His brain was operating like a supercalculator. He analyzed the contents in his mind, compared them before and after, and verified them with each other. He comprehended the knowledge in the book at an extremely fast speed. How fast was the superbrain's operation speed? Yixing quickly went through the process of creating something from nothing. In just a dozen breaths' time, he had comprehended something. Moreover, as time passed, he understood more and more about the vast contents of the foundation of formations. Learning the foundation of formations was only about the theory. For Yixing, it was easier than learning martial arts because martial arts required coordination with the body and practice with the body. Learning the foundation of formations didn't require that. Yixing comprehended for 4 hours. Even with the superbrain, he felt tired. This was because the contents were too complicated. Yixing stopped comprehending the foundation of formations. More haste, less speed. Although Yixing's speed was already very fast, he still had to strike a balance between work and rest. After all, the superbrain was not a god brain. It was just thousands of times faster than a normal brain. However, if he used it too much, he would be tired. When he wasn't comprehending the foundation of formations, Yixing practiced the origin gathering force to improve his cultivation. He had eaten 3 supreme grade star accumulating pills and hadn't completely absorbed them. Later, he became one of the top 10 outer disciples and received 12 supreme grade star accumulating pills as a reward. This was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Very quickly, the day passed. Yixing went to the formation source valley every other day. Therefore, he spent the entire second day cultivating. He received a notice from the sect and changed his residence to Duan Jinpeng's residence. Ordinary disciples of the Heaven's Mandate realm lived in a room with two people. Martial saints and Heaven's Mandate realm disciples lived in a room with one person. However, the top 10 disciples were different. They had their own residence. This was the preferential treatment given to the top 10 disciples by the sect. It was obvious how much importance they attached to the top 10 disciples. The residence of the top 10 disciples was located on the second peak. Yixing put away his luggage in his storage ring and moved to the second peak. Duan Jinpeng's residence was easy to recognize. He found an old disciple on the second peak and asked. Seeing Yixing's figure enter Duan Jinpeng's residence, many old disciples of the second peak were green with envy. That's Yixing. He looks so small. Of course he's small as a new disciple. Sigh. He entered the top 10 on his first day. This guy is too heaven-defying. I've been in the sect for 3 years, and I haven't even entered the top 100. His archery skills are so terrifying. Duan Jinpeng is such a powerful figure, but he was killed by 2 arrows. TSK. That's terrifying. He's also a terrifying guy. Although they were envious, most of the old disciples were very wary of Yixing. Even a fierce person like Bloodhand Duan Jinpeng had died in Yixing's hands. Although the old disciples were envious, they had no choice but to admit defeat. However, not all of the old disciples were convinced of Yixing's strength, especially the other top 10 disciples. He only borrowed the advantage of the bow and arrow. Based on his real strength, Yixing is no match for Duan Jinpeng. That's right. A martial artist's own strength is the most important. Relying on the bow and arrow is just relying on external objects. Without a strong bow and arrow, Yixing is nothing. When Yixing entered Duan Jinpeng's, should be his own residence now, a few of the top 10 outer disciples appeared and watched from afar. Among them, Huang Huarong, who ranked 3rd, and Ji Haoyan, who ranked 4th, even mocked Yixing. Their words were filled with contempt. Yixing did not know what the old disciples thought of him. Even if he knew, he would not care. Now that he had his own residence, the environment was quiet, and it was even more suitable for cultivation. First, he comprehended the basic knowledge of formations in his mind. Yixing only stopped when his superbrain was tired and continued to cultivate the origin restoration force. When his brain was well rested, Yixing stopped cultivating the origin restoration force and continued to comprehend the basic knowledge of formations. Every time he comprehended, Yixing's understanding of the basic knowledge of formations improved at lightning speed. It cannot be helped. The superbrain's analysis and verification speed was much faster than a normal person's brain. After a day, Yixing had comprehended about 60 to 70% of the contents of the book. Gu Tianshang said that once one understood a little of the basics of formations, one would be considered an apprentice of formations, and one would be considered to have entered the gates of formations. Yixing had only studied the basics of formations for a little more than a day. He was much stronger than an apprentice of formations. The next day, it was time to go to the formation source valley. Yixing arrived early in the morning. As soon as Yixing entered the valley, Gu Tianshang greeted him with a smile. How was it? How much of the book did you read? Gu Tianshang's attitude was so good that it would make one speechless. If others saw this, they would not believe that the temperamental Gu Tianshang had such a gentle side. Elder Gu. Yixing cupped his hand from afar and walked over with a smile. I've finished reading. There are some things I don't understand, and I would like to ask Elder Gu. Gu Tianshang was stunned. What? You finished reading it in just a little more than a day? I still need a few more monthly votes to reach 50. Can I do it today? Chapter 167. Yes. Yes. It would take a normal person at least 3 days to read the basics of formations. Even if one was fast at reading, it would take at least 2 days, right? To read a book, one had to read each word clearly and memorize the content in one's heart. It wasn't as simple as flipping through the book from the beginning to the end. There was so much content on the foundation of formations. How could one possibly finish reading it in a little more than a day? Moreover, even if one finished reading it, how much could one remember from such a thick book? If one did not know what it was talking about, how could one ask questions? If one did not understand it at all, how could one ask questions? Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Tianxiang's mind in an instant. However, looking at Yi Xing's expression, he did not seem to be bragging. Gu Tianxiang asked, "Have you really finished reading it?" Yi Xing nodded affirmatively. Gu Tianxiang spat. "What do you not understand? Tell me." Gu Tianxiang still didn't believe that Yi Xing had finished reading it, nor did he believe that Yi Xing had comprehended it. Since there was something he didn't understand, he might as well tell him. Although he asked because he didn't understand it, he should at least know what he didn't understand. Yi Xing was sincerely asking for guidance. He said very seriously, "Elder Gu, I have a basic understanding of the framework of the formation. I also have a basic understanding of the principles of the formation. However, I still don't understand the balance of the formation's power." He was petrified. Gu Tianxiang was petrified on the spot. The balance of power in a formation was the last problem in setting up a formation. A formation contained a lot of power. The slightest imbalance would cause the formation to explode. Therefore, in the final stage of setting up a formation, one must pay attention to the balance of power. Speaking of this problem, the framework of the formation and the principle of setting up a formation were skipped. This meant that one had reached the stage of trying to set up a formation. And this stage was the transformation of a formation apprentice to a formation master. If one succeeded in setting up a formation, he would be promoted to a first-level formation master. If he failed, he would still be a formation apprentice. However, Yi Xing had only been in possession of the basics of array formations for a little more than a day. Gu Tianxiang didn't even believe that Yi Xing had finished reading the book, but Yi Xing asked him about the balance of power in array formations. The difference was so great that Gu Tianxiang couldn't react for a moment. He was completely stunned on the spot, like a statue. "Elder Gu!" Yi Xing shouted when he saw Gu Tianxiang staring at him motionlessly. Yi Xing's voice snapped Gu Tianxiang out of his petrified state. Gu Tianxiang said in shock, "You're saying that not only have you finished reading the book, but you've also comprehended most of the basic knowledge of formations?" Yi Xing nodded. "All right, let me test you." The shock on Gu Tianxiang's face didn't diminish, but his expression became a lot more serious. Yi Xing was asked 5 questions in a row. The questions were about the framework of formations and the principles of formations. Yi Xing answered all of them fluently. He even had his own opinions on some of the other questions. The way Gu Tianxiang looked at Yi Xing changed again. A genius. A genius. Last time, Gu Tianxiang had already discovered that Yi Xing was a genius in the Tao of formations. But today he had to admit that he was wrong. Yi Xing was a monstrous genius in the Tao of formations. If such a monstrous genius was willing to spend time studying formations, what would his achievements in formations be like in the future? Would he surpass a 3rd-level formation master and reach the 4th-level formation master that even venerable ones were afraid of? No, he didn't even need to spend too much time studying formations. With such a monstrous talent, as long as Yi Xing was willing to study diligently, he might only need half or even a quarter of the time of others to achieve unimaginable achievements. Putting in a little effort to achieve great results. What was a genius? This was a true genius. For the first time, Gu Tianxiang felt that Yi Xing didn't need to put in all his effort to achieve great things in formations. All the martial artists in the sect were well aware of how important a powerful array master was to a sect. There were many grudges in the martial world. If a sect didn't have a powerful formation to protect it, it would be easy for someone to attack it and cause it to suffer heavy losses or even be exterminated. In fact, there were many powerful forces in the fallen star country. Some were powerful families, some were powerful sects, and some were even half-step perfected persons. Although they weren't as powerful as the fallen star sect, they weren't weak either. However, such forces couldn't develop into something like a sect. Their territory didn't have a powerful formation to protect it. Once they provoked a strong enemy, it was very likely that they would be exterminated. However, the sect were different. Unless they provoked an opponent who was far stronger than them. Even if they had an enemy who was stronger than them, there was nothing to worry about as long as they had the protection of the sect's great formation. Gu Tianxiang was very optimistic about Yi Xing's achievements in formations. If Yi Xing could become a 4th-grade formation master, which even the supremacies feared, Yi Xing could become a 3rd-grade formation grandmaster. That would be enough for the Fallen Star sect to fear no other forces in the Qinyan region or even the true Xian region. Those who could become grandmasters basically practiced 1st-grade formations to the extreme. For example, Gu Tianxiang was a 2nd-grade formation grandmaster. The formations he set up were enough to exterminate martial sages and half-step perfected persons. Even ordinary perfected persons wouldn't dare underestimate them. Gu Tianxiang immediately led Yi Xing to the wooden building and answered all of Yi Xing's questions in detail. As a 2nd-grade formation grandmaster, although Gu Tianxiang didn't dare say that he understood the entire foundation of formations, he understood at least 90% of the contents. He was much better than Yi Xing. Whenever Yi Xing asked a question, Gu Tianxiang always hit the nail on the head. Yi Xing happened to be a person with a strong learning ability. As soon as he heard Gu Tianxiang's explanation, an idea flashed through his mind, and his questions were solved. The morning passed quickly while Gu Tianxiang talked. Yi Xing understood a lot about the balance of the formation's power. He basically understood it all. His understanding of the basics of formations had reached nearly 80%. Although the speed of understanding would slow down as one progressed, Yi Xing had comprehended 80% in such a short time. Anyone who knew about this would have to say that he was crazy. Seeing that Yi Xing's knowledge of formations had reached such a high level, Gu Tianxiang decisively taught Yi Xing the 1st-grade formation. He started with the simplest formation, the projection formation. Basic formations didn't require formation materials to be set up. Moreover, Yi Xing only needed to set up a projection formation to practice. He only needed to set up a very small projection formation. He didn't need the star crystal as the source of power. His own vigorous internal strength was enough. As Yi Xing's cultivation broke through and consolidated, Yi Xing's recovery force had been consolidated to the 6th layer. He could now stack 10 layers of force with the stacking arrow technique. Formations were not only difficult in theory, but even more difficult in practice. Yi Xing had understood 80% of the foundation of formations and had set up the projection formation under Gu Tianxiang's guidance. However, he failed before he could complete half of the formation. Practice was often more difficult than understanding. It was no wonder that it was so difficult to become a formation master. Duan Jinping spent half a year to become a formation apprentice. However, it took him several times longer to become the most ordinary 1st-grade formation master. It was easy to know, but hard to do. Yi Xing wasn't discouraged by his first failure. Failing for the first time was normal. It was too normal. If he could set up a formation on his first try, it would be shocking. No one had ever succeeded in setting up a formation on their first try. Yi Xing quickly tried a second time. It was better than the first time, but he failed again. He immediately tried a third time. Take it slow. Every formation needs to be practiced tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The most important thing is familiarity. Familiarity makes perfect. As long as you succeed once, it will be much easier to set it up later. Gu Tianxiang said from the side, if you can set it up in 10 days, you'll be in defiance of the natural order. 10 days? When Yi Xing tried, a simulated human figure appeared in the superbrain. It was also setting up the formation. The superbrain controlled the speed of setting up the formation, which was thousands of times faster than Yi Xing's normal speed. If it was wrong, it didn't matter. He could always try again. In 1 second, the simulated human figure in the super brain had to set up the formation 10 times or even 100 times. This made Yi Xing's consciousness more and more familiar with setting up the projection formation. As his consciousness became more familiar, his hands naturally became more familiar with it. Yi Xing's completion rate of setting up the projection formation became higher and higher. At first, he failed at about 50% completion. Then, it slowly increased to 51%, 52%, 53%. Looking at the data, it didn't seem like a big deal. However, in terms of the difficulty of setting up a formation, this was already a godly speed. Other people practice for a day, or even 2 or 3 days, and their completion rate might not even increase by 1% or 1%. However, Yi Xing's completion rate was increasing steadily. Yi Xing practiced setting up the projection formation in the wooden building. After Gu Tianshang finished his lecture, he watched for a while before leaving. He was also practicing formations. He wanted to complete a level 3 formation in his lifetime and become a level 3 formation master. As dusk approached, the sound of Yi Xing's excited laughter could be heard from the wooden house. I did it. I finally did it. I finally finished setting up the projection formation. Yi Xing had completed it on the first day of learning. This meant that he had become a level 1 formation master. How could he not be happy? Naturally, he laughed and shouted 3 times in a row. Whoosh! Gu Tianshang rushed into the wooden building like a ghost. His expression was shocked. What? You did it so quickly? Not far away, Yi Xing chuckled at Gu Tianshang. He immediately moved and waved a hand in front of him. However, as soon as Yi Xing moved, a figure appeared in front of Gu Tianshang. It was Yi Xing waving at him. Projection array. Yi Xing stood in the area of the projection array and projected his figure to another location, which happened to be right in front of Gu Tianshang. Gu Tianshang was petrified again, breaking out at midnight, requesting a monthly ticket. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.